Matt, you ready?
Yep.
All public comment?
Are there particular items that we're talking about, or is it just all the back?
Some are particular items.
Okay, good deal. How long are we gonna do this? I mean,
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the regular city council meeting of March 13th, 2023 of the city of Yucaipa. And I'd like to ask Lieutenant Scoville to introduce who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council. We'll be having our new Explorer, Abby, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Abby, thank you so much for being here. Jennifer, will you please call roll, please?
Councilmember Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Thorpe,
Here.
Councilmember Venable,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
here,
Mayor Beaver.
Here. Mr. City Manager, are there any changes to the agenda this evening?
No changes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I'd like to introduce our new employee, and it is my honor to introduce Chris Mann as our city manager. Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to apologize. I've got a bit of laryngitis, so of all days, my first council meeting, I'm fighting laryngitis. That's the last slide. Just a little bit of background on myself. I'd like to introduce myself to the community and to those who don't know me. First of all, it's nice to finally be here on the dais after 2 months of anxiously awaiting the official start date. For me, it is a unique honor to have the opportunity to manage the city where I live, the city where I decided to raise my family. For those who don't know me, I moved to Yucaipa a little over 7 years ago. I live in Chapman Heights with my wife, Annie, and our 2-year-old son, Liam. And my wife and I absolutely fell in love with the city of Yucaipa. There's nowhere else we'd want to live. I also have a love for public service. I have a public service background that spans 25 years. It's 25 years of experience in and with local government. I started at a young age. At the age of 23, I became interested in a land use issue, actually, in the city where I lived at the time, which was the city of Westlake Village, which is in Riverside, in Los Angeles County, and decided to run for city council. And so at the age of 23, I was elected to the city council there, became mayor at the age of 26. But I still had to figure out what to do with my life. I was in my 20s, so I served one term, didn't run for re-election, and went to work for a PR firm in Riverside, which at the time, and I think still today, is the largest PR firm in the Inland Empire. I worked there for a while, and in 2005, I broke off on my own, started my own company, Man Communications, which was a PR firm specializing in helping businesses interface and do business with local government, and helping local government agencies more effectively communicate with the public. Clients ranged from utility-scale solar companies to labor unions, from industry associations to political action committees, from cities and school districts to land development companies and other PR firms who needed help. I did that for about 13 years. I also did a 3-year stint working for the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors, initially as an analyst, and then as deputy chief of staff for a member of the board. In that position, I helped craft policy that impacted the county's, at the time, $5.4 billion budget and 22,000 employees, and worked on issues ranging from land use to homelessness, from public safety to labor negotiations. Over the years, I've served in elective office. In addition to city council, I served on the board of the San Gabriel Pass Water Agency, and more recently on the board and as president of the Yucaipa Valley Water District. 4 years ago, in 2019, I reached a long-time career goal of mine when I became a city manager. The city of Canyon Lake and Southwest Riverside County gave me that opportunity. The council at the time was looking for someone with knowledge of local government, but with a private sector background and approach. Someone who would run City Hall like a business. And it turned out to be a recipe for success. We created programs that increased general fund revenues 31% without raising taxes. We professionalized staffing and city operations. We implemented aggressive economic development initiatives. We started a fire department. We turned a deficit of $800,000 into a surplus of over $400,000. My time in Canyon Lake was incredibly positive, and frankly, I would not have left had it not been for the opportunity to come home to work here in Yucaipa. I love this community. For me, Yucaipa is truly a special place. Its natural beauty is unsurpassed. I love the mountains being right here. I love being so close to areas like Oak Glen and Big Bear. I love the weather. That snow we had recently was amazing. I love the rural nature of areas of Yucaipa. It's something I want to see protected. Most importantly, I love the people here. So friendly. I love Yucaipa is about the most patriotic city anywhere. It's a community that supports first responders and the military. I've told this story many times, but I moved to Yucaipa in 2015 in December. And the following July, I went to my first fireworks show at the city of Yucaipa, 4th of July. And of course, it was held at the high school. And that year, there was a carnival on the high school grounds. And I remember being there and watching all the families playing and country music playing, band playing. And it struck me that it was just a piece of Americana. And that was the first time that I knew that I was home. I've got skin in the game here. I want to do everything I can to make Yucaipa the best it can be for your families and for mine. This is a picture of my family. This is 2 Thanksgivings ago. Our son is 2 now, so he's a little bigger than that. It's my wife, Annie. Little aside, I like to joke with my wife. One of the things I tell her is that, honey, I love it when you go out with me in public because when people look at us, they must think I'm rich. There's been a lot of talk about what my intentions might be as city manager. My second day on the job here, I called the city staff together to officially say hello, but also to hopefully ease some fears. I let them know I am not coming here to fire anyone, right? I do expect a high level of performance, and I see it as my role to support employees with the tools and resources they need to be successful. I intend to work with all residents and businesses in our community, including the concerned citizens that have been engaged in the council meetings recently, to deliver positive results for our community. During the meeting with staff, I opened the floor to questions, and they didn't hold back. There were some really good questions that were asked. One issue was brought to light that in the interest of full disclosure, I feel that I should inform the council and the community of, and it's something that also came up in my background investigation. From the ages of 8 to almost 15, I grew up in the Dallas area, which means that I am a huge Cowboys fan. It's not my fault, they brainwash either. Also, since we're being completely transparent, I might as well let you in on another little known fact. You'd never guess it by looking at me, but I actually love to eat, and I don't like to exercise that much. I feel incredibly blessed, and I'm so excited to be serving my city. My life's journey has prepared and brought me to this place. I have a heart for public service and a desire for private sector efficiency that I look forward to bringing to my work here in Yucaipa. At the policy direction of the council, and with the help of city staff, involved residents, and local business leaders, I look forward to serving our amazing community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Make no mistake, we're going to hold you to a high standard. The citizens that sit behind you and those that aren't so engaged to be at our city council meetings demand excellence in our city governance. They deserve it. We answer to them, and you answer to us.
Yes, sir.
And we do demand that the city of Yucaipa only improves while maintaining its rural atmosphere and we look forward to working with you and seeing the fresh and innovative ways you're able to tackle problems. Yesterday, on a Sunday, I sent to you an email that I received regarding a very, what I believe, a dangerous situation in our uptown, a lack of road stripes on our roadway between 2nd and 4th Street. I didn't hear back from you, but as I was driving to City Hall today, I saw an asphalt crew out there putting road stripes on, less than 24 hours after I emailed you. That, sir, is impressive. Keep that kind of work up. Our city deserves it. We'd like to take a picture with you down here in front of the dais, please.
All right. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Yep.
Do need a booster chair.
Okay. In order to allow for more orderly public meetings and in keeping with state and local law, the public meetings of the City of Yucaipa will be conducted with order and civility in mind. Any person who disrupts, disturbs, or breaks up this meeting will be asked to leave. Under Section 4.4 of 2021-12 regarding rules of procedure for City Council meetings, disrupting the meeting includes speaking out of turn, stamping feet, whistles, yells, and similar demonstrations such as clapping. This is a public meeting that will be conducted with civility and decorum, not a sporting event where each side of an issue tries to be louder than the other. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and will be strictly adhered to. After consulting with city staff, I have confirmed that Section 5.4 of the rules prohibits sharing their seating of time. A copy of rules can be provided. They were provided at the last meeting for those interested in reading it. All persons coming before this council will be treated fairly and with respect by the council members and by you, the persons in the gallery. Moreover, this council will be treated fairly and with respect. No heckling, yelling out, or interrupting will be tolerated. This will serve as the warning that is required by law. All right. Moving on to public comment. The first speaker is Arthur Walter, followed by, I believe it's David Dorn, I believe.
Hi, I'm Arthur Walter.
One second, Mr. Walter, we seem to be having some technical difficulties with our time.
It's not turned, it's not on. Now it is.
13428 2nd Street, Yucaipa. What I'm here for, I believe the actions taken by the Yucaipa City Council over the past few months concerning the city manager were either illegal, unethical, or both. I feel that the current city manager is illegitimate. The city manager's contract is illegitimate, and the related firings of many city personnel are illegitimate. Any council member who voted for these actions should either resign or be recalled. I feel a lawsuit should be filed against the city for the way these events were handled. What are the procedures or rules that the city must follow? Do they make up those procedures as they go? It is time for a complete investigation into this into what was done, how it was done, and why. Fast, 1, 2, 3. But thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hold on. You want to address that?
Please, no applause. Thank you. Mr. City Attorney.
Mayor, yes, as we talked about last time, generally speaking, I don't respond to members of the public when they make public comments. They're certainly entitled to their opinions on matter of important public interest. I do think it's important to correct the record if someone makes a statement of something that's clearly factually false, so that nobody watching this meeting were to get the wrong impression. I just wanted to state that although certainly people can have their feelings about how the city council has conducted itself, the hiring of the city manager was done in strict conformance with the law. We held a public ethics.
I believe it's David Dorn. And the next speaker is Richard Galvez.
Use my inhaler here. I've got a pretty bad case of bronchitis, so before I start, man, if I could.
Just wait till we start speaking.
Sometimes it makes me cough even more. Thank you for this opportunity to talk. I appreciate the privilege. I called the League of California Cities and discovered that Yucaipa is a member of the League of California Cities. It's just what I got from them. You council newbies may not be aware that Yucaipa is a member of the League of California Cities. Thus, you may not be aware that the league has job listings that advertise for the position of city manager. The city of Paradise is seeking a town manager. The city of Rio Vista is seeking a city manager. The city of Palos Verdes is seeking a city manager. The city of Oro Valley is seeking a town manager. The city of La Cañada Flint Ridge is seeking a city manager, and they're advertising the job to get the right person. All of these positions are being openly advertised. I assume the candidates will be interviewed, vetted, and then the best candidate will be selected by the council. All these positions, I already read that, I'm sorry. Undo your ungodly choice of 3 city managers, as well as the Frankenstein-like contract and the use of the unethical and missing the traditional process that will hopefully rebuild confidence in your ability to govern Yucaipa in a frank, candid, and open manner. Do your duty. Act like a mensch. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Galvez.
Nice to see City Council. Mine's not pertaining to all the stuff that's going on with the City Council. This is pertaining to letters that I've been receiving for over 8 years for code enforcement violation on the patio cover that's been there since 1970, when this was a city, when it was a town of Yucaipa, not a city. I've gone in and talked to Pamela. I've gone in and talked to Kelly. I've gone in and talked to Ben. I went to go see Ben on February 2nd after numerous times going in there. The people at planning are telling me I need to turn in a set of plans for the thing. It was having a leak 8 years ago when my nephew was living here with me. My nephew passed away at the river. I continue to work on this. You can see I'm injured. I also broke my back in 1991. I'm a veteran of the Marine Corps. I try to do my own stuff because I don't need to pay somebody, because when I got out of the Marine Corps in 1986, I got into construction. I still do construction, and I don't get paid by anybody for what I do. I help my friends. That's what happened here. I was drilling a hole in some wood. The drill snapped my forearm. I have x-rays for it. I was going to go there today, but I needed to come here. What I'm trying to do is, I went to go see Ben on February 2nd of this year because I got tired of getting letters. Letter number 56 from them. I think it's harassment. I went and told Ben the same thing. February 11th, I get the first citation of $580 because I told him the roof is finished, dude. I finally finished it after 8 years. Because why? He kept telling me, you got to turn in plans. I turned in plans, and they turned around and said, oh, they have to be corrected plans. Corrected plans? Mike Moore was here before. Mike Moore is back with you guys. Mike Moore came out and took pictures of it. I gave him pictures where it was leaking. I didn't take the whole roof off. I fixed the problem, and the problem's fixed. I wish I would quit being harassed by this.
I have your address, sir. I'm going to pass it on to our city manager and have him reach out to you.
I tried to go in and see the mayor first, and he said, oh, you got to see Ben first. Tonight I get to see that there's a new city manager. I would like to talk to him so he can see the letters I got for the first time and the second set of letters, because they've already put a lien on my house. This one here says they're stating to do another one. This is letter number 3 within 3 weeks. I'd like something taken care of this. If the city's that hard up for a roofing permit, I have no problem paying for a roofing permit. But I'm going to take off the rest of my roof because there's 3 or 4 layers on that roof from 1950s.
Sure.
The house is a 1950s house. And then you know what? I'd like to be able to keep my house going. I don't want to be a homeless veteran. Sure. With somebody already putting 1 lien on my house and a second lien. And last time I was here at a city council meeting, somebody rolled their eyes at me also. I'm not going to say who his name was, but he was sitting on this end.
I will
okay?
pass your information on to our city manager, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
They have my phone number also.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Kathy Sellers, followed by Christine Muller.
Mayor, unfortunately, Mrs. Sellers had an emergency with her family, so she asked me to read her letter for you, if that's okay. City Council, how did the city of Yucaipa arrive at this unfortunate state of affairs? Is it because a group of residents labeled the North Bench mob by Bobby Duncan are upset over the election results and devastation of our rural living environment? Is it because Bobby Duncan and Justin Beaver conspired for the last year to remove Ray Casey as city manager? Is it because Chris Mann orchestrated the unethical manner in which he was rewarded with a coveted position of city manager with absolutely no competition? Is it the disgust and anger of Yucaipa citizens who will not foot the bill for his generous contract bestowed upon him with no negotiator in place to protect our best interests? Perhaps the many reasons for the unraveling of our once admired close-knit community is the betrayal by our young mayor, Justin Beaver, who promised during his campaign to listen to the people, focus on slow, reasonable growth, and represent the people, not special interests. It certainly didn't help restore our trust when you berated us and treated us like we robbed a liquor store for speaking out and clapping to show our displeasure regarding the appalling behavior being exhibited by 3 of our present council members. While you have every right to demand civility and decorum during these meetings, you also have a responsibility to make us feel heard and respected. We don't. While I hate to even respond to Bobby Duncan's predictable comical tirade, not addressing his comments might be construed as acquiescence. Do we want a councilman who tells us he doesn't care what we think, has stopped listening, goes around town promising businesses his support only if they donate to a Stop the Recall campaign? Your statement that you didn't realize the development to alter the general plan was a problem until the residents objected, doesn't it raise a question or concerns in your mind now that you know? In your words, has the ship sailed along with your decision to hire Chris Mann over numerous strenuous objections? Oh, that's right. It is not our decision to make. It's a done deal. It was a fantastic decision according to you. You have all allowed Chris Mann to control the narrative while he doesn't represent the values of the city. He is a political motivated for development. I predict that you will rue the day that you gave him the keys to our city with unmitigated power. And while the FPPC investigations might stop you from voting on Craig Heap's projects, it's nice to know that you calculated the expiration date of that conflict and can vote according to whatever deals you have participated in.
Thank you, ma'am. And then you're the next speaker.
You know, Justin, I'm going to pass on mine because this stuff just breaks my heart, and this is not how we roll. So I'm just going to pass on mine.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Sherry Todd, followed by, first name's Jeff, looks like Kreidel, maybe? Kreidel, I apologize, sir. So Ms. Sherry Todd and then Jeff Kreidel.
Hello, my name is Sherry Todd, and I live at 35182 Court Street, Yucaipa. Yucaipa corruption. 2 years ago, the city council began to believe that the North Bench of Yucaipa could be developed into a wine country. Without asking the citizens of this city, they went about accomplishing this. This would require them to change not only the culture of the city, but the way families lived and raised their families. It would require them to make wholesale zoning changes from RL1, rural living, 1 structure per acre, to an agriculture and commercial zoning. This developer-supported and funded change has occurred over the last 2 years and accelerated since the last election. This change, which feels and acts as if it's a hostile coup, has taken over the city council and city hall. It is in the process of stacking both people with people who have a disregard for the people of this city and just want to benefit from Yucaipa's resources. A pro-development, anti-general plan voting bloc has been created. This has been funded and staged almost entirely by outside forces that manipulated the voting process. Beginning before the election, there were various Brown Act violations about possible city staff changes. Right after the candidates for city council were presented to the citizens of Yucaipa in an open forum, Matt Garner was pulled aside and asked if he would support replacing our city manager if he was elected. He assured Mr. Beaver and Mr. Duncan at that time that he would be happy to support that. On October 24th, 2022, the entire city council recommended and voted to approve extending Ray Casey's city manager contract through June 30th, 2024. The council commended Ray for doing such an outstanding job over the years. On January 9th, 2023, on the very first meeting following the election, the newly elected council members listened for over an hour to the citizens of Yucaipa fight to keep their city manager. Municipal City Code 2.08.080 subsection A requires that a city manager must be removed during a regular public meeting. Instead, they voted during their private session to retire Mr. Casey and Mr. Snow without cause.
How much more time, ma'am?
A minute.
Nah, I can't do that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, next speaker.
Wait a minute, you want to address that? Do you want-
Mayor, would you like me to address the allegations
Nope,
of Brown Act?
I think it's been addressed.
Okay.
Sir?
Hi, Jeff Kreidel, 12357 Ross Place, Apartment B here in Yucaipa. I like the fact that facts that are spoken without any proof are being corrected. I really enjoy that, and that's actually why I'm up here tonight. In a recent meeting, a statement was made that Calamasa Elementary School was overcrowded. First, I'd like to read a letter from Callie Binks. She's the superintendent of schools here in the district. This letter is in support of housing development in all areas of Yucaipa Calamasa Joint Unified School District, As you may know, student enrollment in California has been declining for several years. On average, the decline is 150,000. That's grade K through 12. That's students per year. This trend is similar in YCJUSD. Like the state, YCJUSD has been in declining enrollment for several years with an average loss of 100 students per year. We have ample space at all our school sites for additional students. We understand the challenges the city of Calimesa and the city of Yucaipa face regarding California's housing element law. As you work through these challenges, please be assured that YCJUSD would welcome and can accommodate additional students in all district schools. Callie Binks, Superintendent of Schools. This can be verified by Ryan Miller here at the city. He also received this letter from Callie. Couple of quick numbers that I wanted to give specifically on Calimesa Elementary. Back in 1990, the school had an enrollment of 828. As of today, they have 547. That's a drop of 281 less students. It is over 30 years, but you see the trend. And you know that trend is there's no place for younger families, people just starting out, to live. They can't just go right into a house. So unfortunately, I know people don't like apartments, but the city needs them or the schools are just going to die out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
The following speaker, Mr. Travis Heaps, followed by Mr. Craig Heaps.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. There's been a lot of misinformation that's being spread regarding the general plan and opinions that are being stated as fact. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to clarify some things. The general plan is a living document. I've heard the general plan recently compared to the United States Constitution and even the Bible as a strict set of rules that need to be followed. While I agree that the general plan should be used as a guideline for how the city grows and develops, it is not rigid and should have the flexibility to be changed. What was important in 2016 may not be as important in 2023. Laws governing the city and the needs of the community are rapidly evolving, making it absolutely necessary to change the general plan. Just think about how long 7 years ago was. Things are much different now than they were then. The state of California and the City Development Code recognizes the need to amend the general plan and allows it to be amended up to 4 times in any given year. If it wasn't meant to ever be amended, why does the state law even allow it? Additionally, the city of Yucaipa needs multifamily housing, specifically apartments, and there are no available properties with zoning that allow for these types of projects. Looking at the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, statistics that were prepared when they were establishing the RENA numbers for the most recent housing cycle. Over 90% of all housing units in Yucaipa are either a single-family residence or a mobile home. Only 3.7% of all units in Yucaipa are within a housing complex of 5 or more units. The surrounding region is at 27.3%. Of all the renters in Yucaipa, 79% have lived in their current units since 2014. So what we have is a single-family heavy housing stock that caters to a specific demographic and a limited supply and availability of apartments. The general plan identifies a balanced housing stock, HN 2.1, as a goal of the general plan because as people transition through life, it is necessary to provide places to live at those various stages of life. I ran into this problem myself. After graduating from Cal Poly, I began working for the city of Yucaipa, but I had to commute into town. I commuted from Loma Linda and then also Colton because there was nothing available to me. The options in Yucaipa were to either rent a mobile home or band together with a couple of friends and rent out a house that I wouldn't be able to afford on my own. The point being, multifamily apartment housing is a need within the community, and amending the general plan is a viable approach that should not be written off. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Craig Heaps, followed by Ms. Martha Glubka.
Mayor, council members, good evening. One thing I do want to stress before I get into the last part here is 4 general plan amendments means 4 meetings with general plan amendments. It doesn't mean 4 singular projects for general plans. If there's 3 or 4 in one meeting, that constitutes one general plan. And that's why planning tends to try to group them together if they can, so they're available, because they're not just for private developers, they're for the city too, for public. General plans were required by the state since the 1920s, but had no regulatory effect. The state of California required cities, counties to adopt general plans in 1971. Since the city's incorporation in 1989, the general plan and the general plan land use map has changed numerous times. The State Office of Planning and Research recommends that the general plan be updated every 10 to 15 years to reflect the changes in community values. Changes to the general plan land use map are made for any number of reasons and occur in 2 ways: city initiated or proposed by a property owner / applicant, usually connected with a development project. Just to give you some ideas, city initiated general plan amendments within the city of Yucaipa, the 2016 general plan update, which took some of the Dunlap area land from 1 acre to half acre to 10,000 square feet. The freeway corridor specific plan that you've all been a part of or worked on. The historic Uptown Pacific Plan, adding mixed-use development. The College Village Overlay, which added student and senior housing. The Wilson Creek Specific Plan, the Woodbridge Development, which is selling homes now. Yucaipa Boulevard and 13th Street. Without a general plan amendment, there's no Dutch Brothers. The housing law-related GPAs that have taken place, that have been done by the city, are the freeway corridor, the Oakland, Colorado Avenue E, which from general commercial to R24, County Line Road, senior housing, Uptown Specific Plan, 24 units, dwelling units acre density, and the mobile home overlay, which is 24 units to the acre. Some of the general plans help to shape the city over and above what the general plan is. The general plan amendments. Iris Gardens, right over here, built by KB Home, a general commercial to residential multifamily, 110 condo units, which is a very, very nice project in the city. Chapman Heights, Oakland Road, multifamily to single lot, single family, a Williams Lyons project. The senior housing that you're seeing built right over here behind Kuka's was a general plan amendment initiated by Josh Conroy. Wildwood Calvary Church on Oakland Road, they were changed to institutional so they could avoid paying development impact fees. Soren's Engineering, they changed residential multifamily to commercial industrial so they could build a parking lot over there for the employees. Again, a general plan amendment. 2 more real quick. Yucaipa Boulevard Avenue E, the Yucaipa Point down there was residential multifamily. And I do want to stress again, you'll hear it again, the Serrano Estates project is not a general plan amendment. It is not a change of zone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Martha Glubka, followed by Ms. Cecilia Johns.
Hi, good evening. First, I want to apologize to Councilman Duncan for questioning where he was at the council meeting in February. My assumptions were not correct, and I'm hoping that your mother's continuing to do well. And my insinuation that you may have been afraid of the citizens of Yucaipa were clearly wrong on my part, as your speech provide anything but fear. It was, however, arrogant, and not as I would hope to see you respond and then claim you serve all of the citizens of Yucaipa by calling out some of the citizens by name and comparing them to Judas Iscariot. Those citizens are the people you serve as well, and it was disrespectful and is in close comparison to Nancy Pelosi, who publicly ripped up the president's speech on national television. This is not what we expect, and it destroys your credibility from the many citizens you claim to serve. We expect more professionalism than this from you, and yes, we do hold you to a higher standard than the citizens that speak out of frustration in order for you to hear them. For those of you here that think this is all about the North Bench, you're wrong. This has everything to do with protecting our city, yours and mine. I don't live in the North Bench, and I love this city, and I don't agree with the rezoning. One of the speakers at the last council meeting questioned how Chris Mann was hired as a management consultant before his contract was in effect. Stephen Graham said he was hired by the acting city manager. Apparently, we got him dirt cheap. They only paid $1 for Mann to completely reorganize city staff and make room for Mann's friends. I've seen Mann's proposed organizational chart, and I think he was overpaid. There have been many other concerns about the legalities of the takeover of our city government starting on January 9th. Mayor Pro Tem Bobby Duncan said at the last city council meeting that they had legal counsel at every stage of the process and that he and his fellow councilmen had done nothing illegal. Who provided this legal counsel and how was he paid? Those two incidents got me to thinking about about what took place in the months before the election. Did Bobby Duncan, Matt Garner, and Chris Venable get together and pool their funds to hire a lawyer? Or did Chris Mann supply the lawyer for them? I don't really know what took place because it was done in secret, but I came up with a possible scenario. Here's my idea. Bobby Duncan didn't like Ray Casey for some unknown reason. Possibly Duncan got together with Justin Beaver, Chris Mann, and they decided to stack the council with a couple of guys who would do their bidding so they could vote to replace Ray Casey. Since Mann has a lawyer at his disposal, I think he may have offered Stephen Graham services for free if Duncan and Beaver would promise them both jobs after the election. Chris Mann may have even advised them on how to obtain the endorsement from the Republican Party for Venable and Garner by speaking for them, so that they wouldn't have to speak for themselves. I think it would be highly unlikely that they could have endorsed. I have one sentence left.
One more sentence, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I think it would be highly unlikely that they could have been endorsed by the Republican Party without some cover to hide their inadequacies and lack of experience. Providing cover for politicians is Chris Mann's specialty.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Colleen Wong, followed by Mr. Hanson Wong, Dr. Hanson Wong.
Colleen Wong, 35150 Quartz Street. As sad as it is to say or think, our presentations to the council have become blah, blah, blah. Thanks for letting us know, Mr. Duncan. Perhaps you might have addressed the citizens with a little less disdain and they might not have stood up and left the room. It's hard to clear a room as large as this in such a short time. I myself wasn't here, so I listened to it on the audio. And if I could say, is it that difficult to give video along with our audio? Would that be doable for this city of our size? So I wasn't able to see when you were done, so I sat through the whole thing. I wasn't impressed. You have informed us that the city manager is a done deal. And it is, in fact, a done deal, something I don't think you should be proud of. And I hope to be proven wrong. But as it is a done deal, it's time to hold you guys responsible because you are responsible for doing this. You're the one that has divided the city. You're the one that has gotten everybody to feel this way. So when you talk about what you're doing, let's talk about what we can hold you responsible for, because you're hiring a lot of new people to bring in because he wants his own crew here that are loyal to him, people he can trust, because evidently our staff isn't good enough and isn't trustworthy enough for him. So, Mr. Venerable, you said that you bring in your own crew when you work a job, but you're a private company. You're spending your money for that job. You're spending our money for this one. And so when you run out of money, it's our pockets that you're going to come to because you'll want to raise the taxes. The other thing is in the ethics. Ethics are important to a city. Chris Mann is a political player. He's a known political player. He's been in politics for a long time in this city and its surrounding areas. You've given him a full-time salary and allowing him to do a part-time job. And you think that if it's 24/7 that he's on call, that that's good enough? Well, as someone who's been married to an on-call physician for 46 years. I'm telling you, on-call does not mean that you're in there doing the job. It means you're responsible for picking up a phone. It's not as if he has a sick person waiting for him to come in and do his job.
Ms. Wong, to answer your question, the live streaming has been something that has been delayed for at least the 2 years that I've been on the council. I'm not sure why. Nobody would provide me an answer. We will be addressing that on item number 22 this evening to make that a enormous priority. I've asked that to be a priority, so
Thank you. That
we'll
would
be
be
discussing that on
terrific.
number 22. Dr. Wong, followed by Ann Hartung.
Good evening. Thank you to the City Council for allowing me to speak. I have a couple of different items. The first one is we're starting a new era with a new city manager, and he's already spoken to his staff. And I think that our staff has been just awesome, and we need to give them kudos for it. And whenever I go to City Hall and go to the desk, they're very helpful, they're people-friendly, and so I think that's what I want to see of our new manager of the clerks and so on. Mr. Mann has said that he helps cities, and that has been his strength. I like to see his strength next to be helping the citizens of this town, the residents of this town. He also said he'd increased the value of the city he was at. We have a good reserve. I want to see our city reserve not to dwindle, but to accumulate for additional emergencies and so on. He also claims that he doesn't exercise, so Healthy Yucaipa will help him out on that. He says that he answers to the city council, who answers to the residents. I think that should stick throughout the week and not just during city council meetings. The main things I have to talk about, number one, is clarity. In any contract, in order not to have doubts later on, you need to have clarity. So there shouldn't be any leeway, even though nothing might happen. For instance, in his contract, as far as his vehicle is concerned, if there's no clarity that it should be used for city business only, then we should consider that unless you chose to give him a car for all uses. And I'm sure that you didn't mean that some of you are in the police force and so on. You don't mean that if you commit a felony anywhere else that doesn't affect the city, that it is not a cause for releasing a person. The amount of time of work has been already said. Perception. Our own new city attorney has said that perception is everything. Well, perception is everything on what he does, and I was hoping to hear from him, maybe it'll be later on in today's meeting, on what he plans for the city, especially the first 6 months that Mr. Duncan said, look, he's gonna do this for us, and the timeline of these particular items that he's talking about. 18 seconds, huh? I'm gonna have to rush. So the ethics portion of it, he has 3 other businesses, I think that you said he could work on. He also works with political action. And I think that anyone that donates to his businesses should not be allowed to have him approve the contracts of. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. As you mentioned the Healthy Yucaipa, I also glanced over your shoulder and saw our trails and open spaces, so maybe Go Take a Hike Yucaipa can get involved as well. I think the people are speaking there, Mr. Mann. Ann Hartung, followed by Stephanie Harlan.
Hi, Ann Hartung, 11990 Douglas Street. This is going to be quick, and Mayor Beaver, you have already talked about the repaving or fixing 2nd Street to 4th Street. I also have a big problem with whoever you have doing all the work, because it's full of, the other places that you've already done, like down towards the high school, there's white splotches all over all the blacktop areas. So whoever is doing the work, you either tell them they better do it right or don't pay them. That's it.
So, thank you, ma'am. We also have, I want to bring it to the attention, item number 15, I believe. 15 and 16 is going to specifically address, oh my gosh, I lost my speaker. No, okay. Item number 15 and 16 specifically will address those two issues this evening, ma'am. Yeah, item number 15 and item number 16 on tonight's agenda will specifically address our pavement management, our pavement maintenance, and on-call services to address potholes in a more timely manner. We deserve better. It's a safety issue. If it can kill a tire, then God help any man on a motorcycle driving on that road. So we got to make those are a priority for this government as well. So thank you. Yes. And I was told that, just for the benefit of the gallery, between the boulevard between 2nd and 4th was intended to actually have the permanent striping put on much sooner. The weather, I guess the paint we use, the thermal paint, because we do actually get quite hot here in the summertime, has to be applied with 50 degrees Fahrenheit or more, otherwise it doesn't stick right. So we took them off, and then the weather came, and the lines weren't put back on in a timely manner. We're amending that immediately until we can get the more permanent solution on. So thank you for those who are reaching out. Apologies. Stephanie, followed by Bill Tibbury.
My name is Stephanie Harlan. I'm a retired attorney. A quick comment on the declining enrollment in schools. The California birth rate is the lowest it's been in 100 years. Enrollment is declining all over the state. From all appearances, the employment contract for Yucaipa's new city manager, Chris Mann, was drafted using as a starting point Mr. Mann's 2021 to 24 city manager contract with the city of Canyon Lake. And then certain edits were made for purposes of Yucaipa, certain appalling edits. In section 6.2a of his Canyon Lake contract, Mr. Mann's contract may be terminated if he is convicted of or pleads guilty or no contest to any crime or offense other than minor traffic violations or similar offenses that is likely to materially adversely affect the city of Canyon Lake or the city manager's reputation. But in the Yucaipa contract that you city council members approved and Mayor Beaver and newly retained city attorney Stephen Graham signed, the section 6.2a language reads differently, such that in Yucaipa, Mr. Mann may be terminated if convicted or pleading guilty or no contest to a felony, which is likely to have a material adverse effect on the city, if the date of conviction or guilty or no contest plea is not more than 12 months from the date of termination. So, in a city of only 11,000, Canyon Lake, he can be ousted for any crime or offense within certain parameters. But in Yucaipa, a city of 55,000, his offense must rise to the level of a felony, and then only if conviction or guilty or no plea for said felony is no more than 12 months out from the termination date. And let's not forget, the particular felony must be likely to have a material adverse impact on the city. Not just any recent felony will do. Continuing the comparisons, Mr. Mann's Canyon Lake contract specifies employment in a quote-unquote full-time position. The Yucaipa new and improved contract, the phrase full-time is not there. Why? Given this apparently deliberate deletion and the express permission he is granted in the contract to pursue limited outside activities, including business ventures, consulting, and holding elected office, are we members of the public to understand that you city council members actually intend to provide Mr. Mann the flexibility to be a part-time city manager on a full-time salary plus generous benefits package, including health insurance and dental and vision care for life if he retires after 5 years of employment? Why else would the phrase full-time be in his Canyon Lake contract but not in the Yucaipa contract? And guess what else? We have the addition of this sentence in section 22 of the Yucaipa version of the contract, which was not in the Canyon Lake contract. Quote, city agrees that city manager has may I just finish this quote?
Please.
Has at his discretion the authority to interpret, amend, and make exceptions to personnel rules and policies as they apply to the city manager. Excuse me, come again? Your elected officials, transparency demands that you speak to this and tell us who negotiated this contract and who represented Mr. Mann. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. City Attorney?
Absolutely. I think in response to that last question, Mr. Mann represented himself and the city council represented itself, and I spent, I think, over 4 hours going over Mr. Mann's contract together, negotiating different points. I think substantial revisions were directed by the city council and were made to that contract. So, thank you, Mayor.
Stop. I made the announcement at the beginning. We're gonna have order here. I'm gonna answer the questions, okay? I'm gonna answer your questions, ma'am. So, Mr. Mann can commit a crime, and there's nothing we can do about that. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate. So several different reasons for termination for cause are listed in the contract. Yes, there are differences between contracts. There's differences between every city manager contract. There's no form city manager contract that exists out there. Those were the provisions that the city council and Mr. Mann agreed to. And I approved it as a legal form because it is approvable as a legal form, Mayor.
Moreover, I believe Penal Code Section 15 specifically prohibits anybody from holding and enjoying any type of office, state of honor, trust, or state profit if they're convicted of a crime. And Penal Code 15 specifically defines what a crime is, and it doesn't even articulate what a misdemeanor, infraction, or felony is. Any crime per Penal Code 15.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Sir.
Just a couple of points of clarification. The section of the contract that was read by the speaker was specifically about termination for cause. However, city manager can be terminated without cause for any reason or for no reason at all, at any time.
So my question to the city attorney is, or actually to you, Mr. Mann, are you a part-time city manager? Because as I recall reading through your background investigation, you're working weekends most time. And in fact, I've seen you here most weekends.
Yeah, there was very similar language in my contract in Canyon Lake. It's very common to have language like that in city manager contracts. I don't believe you would find a week during my 4 years in Canyon Lake where I worked less than 40 or 50 hours unless I was on vacation, which was rare. Same as here. I've been here for less than 2 weeks so far, but I believe every day I've arrived at about 7 a.m. and haven't left till 6:30 or 7 at night. And a lot of phone calls and texts in the evenings and on weekends. The job of a city manager isn't and cannot be part-time.
Yeah, so the next thing is, and I know we discussed this when this matter first came up following the ratification of your contract, perhaps a memorandum submitted to the city council would alleviate the fears and concerns of our citizens to your intent and the hours you intend on working so that we can have a document, please.
I would be happy to submit such a memorandum. Also, just for the record, while my contract allows flexibility in terms of, accepting an occasional client or teaching a college course, things of that nature, I don't anticipate for a very long time that I'd have the bandwidth to do that managing this city. I currently have no clients. My business, when I became a city manager in 2019, was disincorporated and just left on the books as a sole proprietorship. I think in the 4 years I was city manager in Canyon Lake, there might have been 1 or 2 small jobs I took on the side that took very little time. But city manager is a full-time job, and the city has my full commitment.
Certainly, if you're working part-time, you will be derelict in your duties, which I believe is also a cause for termination.
Yes,
Don't do that. Don't give us cause, okay? Bill, I'm gonna mess up your last name, I apologize. Tilbury, followed by Joanne Dyerly.
Bill Tilbury, Peachtree Circle. Thank you, people, for being here. I support whatever you guys do. I might not agree with it, especially about the Cowboys. Ain't happening. But that being said, I do want to bring up signals. These new traffic light, well, to me they're new, where you got the flashing yellow, especially there at Marketplace, down there by the Vons. A year ago, we, myself and another gentleman, we were traveling westbound. Somebody turned out in front of us, and our vehicles were completely totaled. I was in Loma Linda for 2 days straight in the ER, finding out that I'm in AFib now. Actually, it's better at this point in time. I'm over it. But, and then about a month ago, I saw, it came so close, another accident. It was deja vu. And I'd really like to see that issue. Another minor issue is down there at the freeway, a confusing sign that they have there, where it says, no turn on red, whether we're just supposed to stop and go, whatever. But, a couple issues on that. I'm not going to get technical, but I'm wondering who we could address this to see if we can resolve it. Because as far as I can see, it would be more of a programming problem to make it a solid red and only allow left-hand turns at that point where it's green and on heavily trafficked, boulevards and such. Maybe not, in the neighborhoods, but at that point.
So just to clarify, it's the flashing yellow yield arrow that people are not yielding to?
Right, because now it's asking for somebody to make a judgment.
Judgment, certainly.
And you've got now that center divider, and you've got all this greenery growing up, so that does hamper somebody's vision. Another thing too, I was told that is one of two most dangerous intersections here in Yucaipa. And I think something as simple as a positive green and then a red.
Mr. Preciado?
As council is aware, there are 5 traffic signals that were recently modified, a total of 5 to add a protected left turn. The one at Chapman Heights Road and Oakland Road does have the flashing yellow, which was something that was proposed as part of the traffic signal phasing modification. We'll certainly look at that, and then also any of the vegetation that might be blocking any sight lines or anything. And then also to address the no turn on red, we have reached out to Caltrans because that is a sign that was installed by Caltrans recently. And we have received some comments from residents, and we reached out to get some clarification on that.
Perfect, thank you. And just so we don't let it die away, can we also continue looking into the audible signal for the visually impaired in our city, please, at the intersections previously mentioned?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Joanne Dyerly, followed by Ms. Diane Smith.
Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Joanne Dyerly, and I live in District 4 of the city of Yucaipa. During my 44 years in this town, I volunteered with Girl Scouts, Little League, soccer, PTA, Sunday school, you name it. My goal was to help children grow up understanding right from wrong and become good citizens and good people. When I see actions coming from this chamber that seem wrong to me, it would be irresponsible of me to turn a blind eye. When I see a well-regarded, longtime city employee ushered out one door as a new one is ushered in, it looks wrong to me. What kind of example are we setting for our children? I have asked if there was cause for Mr. Casey's sudden and unexpected retirement and have not heard that there was. I understand he was an at-will employee, excuse me, and cause is not legally required, but it is not normal to renew a contract and dismiss the employee 3 months later for no reason. The fact that prior to the meeting at which Mr. Casey retired in closed session, a new city manager had been selected and was waiting in the wings lends to the appearance that there was no egregious behavior that led to Mr. Casey's dismissal. And there was nothing normal about the hiring process of Mr. Mann. There are many other concerns that stem from this action, including financial, contractual, and ethical issues. But my focus is on this action that precipitated all of the other concerns. It is as simple as knowing the difference between right and wrong and acting accordingly. It is as simple as what kind of city do we want to be. It is simple as our children are watching. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Diane Smith, followed by Ms. Denise Work.
Diane Smith, District 5.
At the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Mayor, you gave Mr. Mann quite a bit of praise for responding to your email that you had sent on on Sunday, and then the next day, he was already repairing the streets. Now, just a few minutes ago, you said that it had been planned for a while, but delayed for the weather because the paint couldn't dry. Well, I'm wondering, why did Mr. Graham let that misstatement stand without a rebuttal? You took credit for something you didn't do, Mr. Mann, and Mr. Graham was not so quick to chime in with a correction. This is Mr. Mann's first meeting as official city manager. Mr. Mann, did you come with your list of goals for the city that was requested by Hanson Wong at the February 13th council meeting? You've had a month as a management consultant to develop something. What do your new eyes see as needing to be changed? I have a suggestion. How about a new ordinance? After the last meeting, someone alleged that you were texting the council members what to say during the meeting. Whether you did or not, I can't say, but during open meeting, staff and council should not be allowed to communicate privately. I propose that council create an ordinance to prohibit the use of cell phones by staff and council during council meetings. And why isn't the independent consultant for the reorganization of city staff that was requested by Councilman Thorpe and seconded by Mayor Beaver included on the discussion on tonight's agenda item 12? And what about the separation clause in Mr. Mann's contract? Stephen Graham said you gave it up voluntarily. That was a joke, but then he did tell us it was because it was a violation of public law. At the February 13th meeting, Mayor Beaver told us you only gave it up for the first 12 months. And the contract on the Yucaipa City website still shows the clause in the contract with no mention of the waiver. Welcome to the new world of Mann's Yucaipa, where words mean nothing.
So the striping of the Yucaipa Boulevard between 2nd and 4th have been planned for some time. And the boulevard would probably remain unstriped until such time as the official contracting work would get done, unless the concerned citizens who have reached out to myself and the rest of the council requesting that something be done. So I apologize for any confusion. Chris Mann had nothing to do with the boulevard striping, pre-planned, resurfacing, but he did get the temporary markings out there in less than 24 hours. That's what I was speaking of, so I apologize for the confusion. Ms. Denise Work, followed by Mr. Ray Snodgrass.
I want to make sure, excuse me, do you have CC John's request to speak as well?
I'll look through that, ma'am.
Okay, because I think that I don't want her to be forgotten. Okay, I'm Denise Work, and I live on Lime Kiln, and good evening, gentlemen. My comments tonight are really because of what I listened to. I didn't come to the last meeting, and I listened to Councilman Duncan's comments. He did use my name in them. So I thought maybe he and others need to be educated as to why we have public comments. Our government is a representative republic. That means that the people of this city do not yield our sovereignty to the council. That serves us. We delegated authority to you, and you got that right, to hire our city manager and our city attorney, as well as manage affairs of the city on our behalf. However, in doing so, it is imperative that both you and the public stay informed as to what things we, the people, feel about how you are exercising the authority we have ceded to you on our behalf. So we come here to both be informed and to inform you. And I want to say that if all you hear is blah, 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 and wah, 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 then it's time for you to give that seat up. Because we need someone who will hear us, not listen to whatever it is you want to hear, whatever you think you're not listening. You need to hear us. It's why we're here. We have other things to do as well. Someone who does not make up his mind prior to a public input, it's important that you not do that. You need to listen. You need to hear. Prior to us coming here and giving this input, a lot of times you make up your mind, and that's not what you're supposed to do. That's why you're not supposed to talk about it with one another. This process is not to make you uncomfortable. The process is our right to be heard. We, the people, insist on remaining informed so we may retain control over the instrument we created. This is our city council. This is instruments that we, as the people, created this. So therefore, we have a responsibility. It is our responsibility to come here and inform you how we feel and what we think about what you're doing. I'm not here to attack you personally. I am here because I am upset. I am here because I have lived here for 30 years, and it matters to me. I am here for you to hear me and to hear everyone that comes. And if you mock us, then you should not be here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I do apologize, Ms. Cecilia Johns, I misplaced your speaker slip. So Ms. Cecilia Johns, I'll have you go after Mr. Snodgrass, as I already called him, to the podium. So Mr. Ray Snodgrass, followed by Cecilia Johns.
Honorable Council, Mr. Mayor, staff, and welcome, Mr. Mann. You've obviously had an eventful series of days already. However, Ray Snodgrass, I'm a North Bench resident. I don't mind debating issues based on merit and factual information. I have heard speakers at this podium accuse others of being crooks and that the city should not deal with crooks. I was quite concerned about these allegations and did my own research to verify such serious accusations. It was stated Craig Heaps is a crook, citing alleged facts relating to him or his company not paying past due fines levied by the city. I used public record request information to verify these so-called facts. The speaker is wrong. Mr. Heaps moved from the property stated by the accuser between March 15th of 2022 and April 1st of 2022. The administrative citations in question were issued on or after April 27th, 2022 to the property owner after Mr. Heaps moved his business and stopped paying rent to the property owner. The accusations have been proven to be false. I hope it was by accident and not intentional. If the accuser stated the so-called facts knowing the information was false, the speaker opened herself up to a defamation lawsuit, in my humble opinion. I also checked the history of hiring Yucaipa city managers from the point of incorporation in 1989 using city records available through the city website. I looked at minutes of council meetings and adopted resolutions from the date of incorporation. Mr. Covington was hired as an interim city manager effective November 15, 1989. A contract was approved by council with a term of month to month and a 60-day cancellation clause by either party. There is no official record of a contract to conduct a search for our first permanent city manager. On February 5, 1990, A verbal staff report was presented by interim city manager Covington to the council announcing the appointment of Leslie Keene to the position of city manager. At no point is there any indication of a contract to conduct a search for the position vacated by Ms. Keene. One last point. Mr. Tucker was city manager until October 4th, when Mr. Casey was appointed, and there was no contract let for a search for a city manager.
Thank
I
you.
have more, but I'm
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cecilia Johns, followed by Robin Miskin.
Are you sure?
I apologize, ma'am. I misplaced your speaker slip. That was my fault.
I was hoping it'd be the comedy hour in the parking lot. Cecilia Johns, 33175 Colorado in Yucaipa. Blah, 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 wah, 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 wah. Your long-winded speech, Mr. Duncan, on February 27, when the majority of the audience walked out on you, was insulting to many people. Calling out people by name was classless. Let's just say if it weren't for low class, you wouldn't have any class at all. Please allow me to clarify a point that you made. You said there are 35 people in the North Bench who are against you, bashing you. Sir, that number is much greater than you know. We will soon find out just how high that number really is when the people from all four corners of the city that are disgusted with your actions and those of Mr. Bieber and Mr. Garner stand up against you. It is sad you are going to be remembered for treating your constituents like this. Outgoing council members are usually revered, appreciated, and admired, but you, sir, have brought shame to this office. In April 2019, while you were mayor, the offensive Facebook posts in Muslim advocacy groups who demanded your resignation was embarrassing to the city of Yucaipa. Then you made NBC News on June 10, 2020, when you were the center of controversy over pictures of you holding a rifle during a protest. Embarrassing. Now more people are seeing your true colors. You told your constituents that you no longer listen to them. But listen to this. There is a reason they are so angry and are not going away. Because we are watching and listening with both ears. What we see and hear is shameful. That's why we are not going anywhere. You can refer to me as Nazi all you want. In 6 days, March the 19th, will be 78 years that my mother was killed in a bomb attack. You can't hurt me. I have a couple of really good German words for you for next time I say them.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Robin Miskin.
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to say a few words to correct misinformation, since that's what we have been wanting to do here as part of these council meetings, and just respectfully address Mr. Duncan when you said that the North Bench was only here because Cheryl and Long lost in the last election. I just wanted you to know from my heart that that's not the case. When we started attending, we had no idea that Cheryl and Long was running for the position of District 1 for the council position. We came as citizens hoping that you would listen to us. with regard to the zoning changes and developments that are coming. And that was the reason that we came. And we trust that you will represent us as the citizens of Yucaipa, this city that we love. Now, regarding that, what became a real red flag for us was that we received flyers the week prior to the election from supporters of Matt Duncan's campaign, which were false information, complete lies against Cheryl and Long. That was a red flag and a very big concern to us, that someone supporting him and that you would allow this to happen without researching who it was that sent us all of that completely false information. And I've asked Mr. Garner about that, and he said he would look into it. I have not heard back concerning that. May we ask one request, Mayor? Often when there is a particular, point on the agenda, and maybe it's a developer that has come and he presents his presentation, and then we get to speak as citizens regarding that point. When the developer comes up following that, there have been times when when that person representing the development, let's say, gives false information. May we please have 1 3-minute rebuttal after that to just correct something that might have been said? Because that's one thing. We are citizens and we're trusting that you're listening to us. And a lot of times that information then stands as the truth, which may not be correct information. And so we're asking for that. May we have a 3-minute rebuttal? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And so, in keeping with addressing points of concern, I believe item number
21, Mayor.
21. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. 21 is going to be up for discussion. It was brought up tonight that you want us to hear you. I do hear you. A few meetings ago, it was asked that we please put public hearings at the beginning of meetings because people don't want to wait till 11 o'clock at night to hear, and we want to hear everybody. That's a valid point. We have a resolution that was signed, I don't know, several times over the years that laid out in pretty clear wording how our city council meetings must go. And that is what's coming before us tonight. So certainly, I think part of the discussion is to discuss how a public hearing goes and the rules of order, and if there's ways we can amend that to better serve the citizens of Yucaipa. So, Ms. Miskin, thank you for your comment. I got a last-minute speaker. The last one is Mr. Cesar Roldan.
Good evening, Council. Cesar Roldan, Pendleton Road. I wasn't going to say much, so I do apologize for the late submission of my note. I really felt led to continue to be a friendly face and a friendly reminder that there is support. There isn't enough history just yet for you guys to prove your point and show what you guys can do and will do for the city. But we want to give you that time. Use it wisely. Change is inevitable, but we do have an opportunity to gear that change in the direction that it best fits Yucaipa. I keep hearing this, and it's funny that at the time it was celebrated, but now it's looked down upon. But I want to say thank you to Duncan and all of those who stood up on Yucaipa Boulevard on top of buildings, protecting the city. I had just moved into Yucaipa. When I heard that, I felt safe living up higher on Yucaipa, knowing that those rider organizations were not going to be able to penetrate our city and cause all the destruction and distraction that they caused in other cities. So I really appreciate not just you, but everybody who actually did that for our city. And I just want to commend you for those things. And to remind you that prayers are still continuously going up for not only our city, but our leaders and all of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, I'll announce the consent agenda. Is there any member of the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
I'll move approval.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 5-0. Mayor and council member business reports. Is there any council member that has any business to report?
Actually, we just made that motion and I voted on that. I can't vote on number 1, the minutes. I wasn't here. So we'll have to reflect that I've abstained from item number 1.
Understood. We have that recorded. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 10. This is fiscal year 2022-2023 Community Activity Grant in-kind request. And this is going to be by Jennifer Crawford.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you this evening are 2 community activity grant applications for in-kind support. Up on the display screen, you'll see that the Yucaipa Valley Lions Club is seeking support or waiver of rental fees for the community center meeting room to conduct their monthly meetings through the end of June 2023. The waiver of those fees would be $324. The second item before you is from the Yucaipa Equestrian Committee. They are seeking a waiver of fees to use the YPAC to conduct the 2023 Rodeo Queens Coronation Dinner and Dance on March 19th, 2023. The amount of this waiver is $2,125. Per the grant guidelines listed on page 322. The next slide for me, thank you. And on the screen, the programming for the rental of the YPAC is not an eligible grant program. However, as listed in the staff recommendation, council can choose to exempt the applicant from this guideline. The in-kind budget currently has a balance of $1,193. The total in-kind assistance requested is $2,449, exceeding the remaining funding levels for the current fiscal year. The CAG is a city council program, and since its creation in 2010, council has reviewed and refined the guidelines annually. So the first part of this report were 2 activity grants. Now the next part is that we are seeking your input for how you want the program to run in 23-24 and the amounts that you'd like to allocate. For the past 7 years, you've allocated $17,500 for financial grant applications and $40,000 for in-kind. At this time, the current year, the financial budget amount has been depleted, and now with these 2 applications, the in-kind amount budgeted will be depleted. In addition, in the staff report, there are options that you may want to consider. Once again, this is your program. We just follow out what the direction is for the upcoming year. So you can keep the current guidelines and processes and funding in place if you'd like. You can amend the funding levels. You can amend the guidelines. You can eliminate the CAG grant and allocate no funding for local groups or organizations, or there may be other options that you'd like us to consider or include for next year's grant cycle. There are 5 recommendations listed for your consideration on page 321 of the packet. That's all I have unless you have additional questions. I do know that JR is here to address any questions that you may have regarding the coronation event. And the Lions Club could not make it this evening, or the applicant, but that's all we have.
Thank you, ma'am. Before any questions from council to staff, I do have a public speaker of Ms. Diane Smith on the matter.
Diane Smith, District 5. Mr. Mayor and council members, Yucaipa has had a history of charging for room rental at the community center and other city buildings, even if the organization is a nonprofit. Please consider the ramifications of the item before you tonight. If you grant the Lions Club a free meeting room every month, then you should grant the Kiwanis the same, and Rotary, and Yucaipa Pickleball Club, and YMRA, if they want it, There are 61 nonprofits in Yucaipa. Do you have rooms for all of them to meet monthly at the community center for free? When you start granting special favors, it gets very confusing and frustrating for the community. It fosters jealousy and resentment. I say, have the same rules for everyone. There is no room for favoritism in your decision-making. Also, I'm questioning the community activity grant request to use the YPAC for free for the Rodeo Queen's Coronation Ball. The community activity grant guidelines specifically prohibit applications that request the use of the YPAC for free. Council will have to find that that restriction does not apply to the Yucaipa Equestrian Committee in order to grant the request. What is the basis for that exemption? Does the rodeo hold a special place in Chris Mann's heart? Because that is the event where Chris Mann first met Justin Bieber. Chris Mann allegedly introduced himself to then Councilman Bieber to get that Mann-Bieber-Duncan ball rolling that led to January the 9th. I noticed there is a person with the same last name as our city manager on the board of directors of the Equestrian Committee. Is that person a relative of Chris Mann? It sure would explain the special treatment. Being a friend of Chris Mann should not be the criterion for exemptions, or Mr. Mann will become the most popular person in Yucaipa. But then maybe that's his goal.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor,
Sir.
other than my wife and my son, I don't have any relatives that live in the city of Yucaipa.
Thank you.
Can I, just for clarification, we have several groups. We have the Rotary Club that receives a grant to use the nutrition site for their weekly meetings. Al-Anon receives an in-kind grant to use the facilities for their meetings. Council has, in the past, also granted, like the Childhood Cancer Foundation, from an exemption. They are not a local organization, but it benefits local and regional kids with cancer. So to ensure that you're provided with the information regarding this grant, has been council's prerogative to award grants based on applications received and individual requests received. So we're presenting to you these two items, no different than items in the past.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Algar, are you in the audience? I saw you earlier.
I think you went home.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, relative to just the rodeo, maybe Megan can help us out with the coronations. It wasn't intended to be an annual thing, but the weather is what it is, and there's young ladies, some with special needs, that they can't be outside at a ranch this year, and they're asking for the city of Yucaipa to allow them to let these little girls live their dream of being a rodeo queen. We give a lot of money in the city of Yucaipa to different organizations to help out and make our city a better place, and I think we gave an athletic team in the city almost $1 million to build courts specific for them, and we sit up here and we stress, youth activities and trying to be that, city that encourages these community activities, and supporting them, for me, doesn't seem to be a difficult one to support. Also, and help me out here, Megan or Jennifer, how much money did the Yucaipa Rodeo make and then donate to the city last year after their successful rodeo?
Thank you, Mayor Beaver. The Yucaipa Rodeo made somewhere around $90,000 and wrote the city a check for $70,000, which was just minus the startup costs for this year's rodeo.
Thank you. Is there any questions of staff for these two items?
So just to make it clear, the fact that the Lions Club is asking for in-kind support this won't be a decision that this green council makes. It's been approved over the last 10 years that I've been here, depending on who asked for in-kind or support. We have approved it depending on the decisions of the council. Is that correct? I know you just said that, but I want to make sure these folks understand that.
Correct.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
So-
And when it was pickleball, boy, got to give to that. Got to support pickleball.
So the Lions Club, this is not a reoccurring request. This is not something that they're going to be, this is a one-time allocation. If any further requests are going to come back before us.
Well, the grant that they submitted wraps up the current fiscal year. Based on the council direction this evening on the amount that you would like to award for in-kind and financial, will include it is the budget document that is then represented to you. Once that document is approved and your guidelines are set, we will notify all the organizations that have applied over the years and have stated their interest in getting notification for the grant. And then we will return to you most likely late June. And you will then have a list of all the organizations that are seeking both financial in-kind. If the Lions Club would like to submit an in-kind application for the use of the community center along with other nonprofits in town for the same kind of thing, it will completely be up to council to determine who's going to get the grant awarded with the budgeted money that you've allocated.
Okay. Megan, thank you also for being so receptive. I did get reached out to by I think the chair of the rodeo, asking if there was something that could be done. I told him it's not, you're asking the wrong person. You need to go to City Hall, talk to Megan, go through the appropriate channels. So thank you for helping facilitate that. The rodeo is a very well received event every year. People in this community love the rodeo. So thank you for that. Is there any questions of staff? Hearing none, is there a motion to, we'll break it up. The first part is either to approve or not the two requests that are pending before council for the Lions Club and for the Yucaipa Equestrian Committee. And then we'll move on to discussion relative to future handling of this. So first part, is there a motion to approve the two requests? Okay, I'll move approval for the two requests. Is there a second?
1 and 2?
For 1 and 2, for the Lions Club?
second.
Well, it'd be 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, Mayor, because 3 is required in order to approve.
Understood. Okay, so for 1, 2, and 3. So approve the two requests and then determine that the Yucaipa Equestrian Committee should be exempt from the CAG guidelines that prohibits the programming for rental of the YPAC. Okay, so did you motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a
1,
second.
2, and 3.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 5-0. As it relates to the direction to staff, from my seat, it would be to keep the current guidelines. I think they work as is and allow applicants to request us to amend as needed, and they have to have a reason that is both, good, charitable reason for us to award anything different than that. But I think the guidelines that are in place, I think they should stand. That's my spot. Do we need a vote on this one or just direction? Okay, vote.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a first and a second for option A. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to item number 11, Mobile Home Rent Review Commission process.
I'm sorry, you want to maintain the monetary awards, $17,500 for financial and $40,000 when we return with the budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Was that a part of the?
That was my motion for, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so item number 11, Ms. Crawford, Mobile Home Rent Review Commission process.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Since the creation of the rent control program in 1991, the Mobile Home Rent Review Commission has served as a hearing body for special rent adjustment applications and appeals for capital improvement rent adjustments. The commission is comprised of 5 members of the community, and they cannot be a mobile home park resident or a park owner, and they can't have any financial interest as defined by state law in any mobile home or mobile home park, and they shall have no parents, children, spouses, or siblings with any such interest. Since 2011, the council has considered options, changed the appointment process, and began offering a stipend to address the difficulty in finding, filling, and maintaining the 5 positions with qualified candidates that can understand the complexity of the documents associated with the special rent adjustment applications. Currently, 3 community members have been appointed to the commission, leaving 2 vacant positions. Based on the rent control ordinance and admin rules, 3 affirmative votes are required for the adoption of any findings for any special rent adjustment application or appeal. If the 3 commissioners cannot come to a unanimous decision, the application would be denied and most likely would be appealed to council. This would increase the costs associated with the overall process and would likely have financial implications for the residents of that said park. Based on these ongoing reoccurring issues with the commission and filling of the commission seats, staff is recommending the issuance of a request for proposal seeking mobile home rent stabilization hearing officer services in place of the commission process and the elimination of the appeal process. Based on your direction, we would return with any changes to the ordinance if that's the direction you advise us on. I would like to note that as of right now, I have received an emergency capital improvement that I am reviewing along with my appointed attorney. And based on the outcome of that decision of what we come up with, it can be appealed to the commission. So this is, I'm seeking your direction on to assist me in carrying out the ordinance and rules as you've directed me to and of councils have passed.
Mayor?
Sir.
May I add the legal perspective to this conversation?
Please.
So first of all, I wanted to say, Jennifer and I had an excellent conversation about the history of mobile home rent control in the city of Yucaipa. As you know, I've done mobile home rent control throughout my entire career, and Yucaipa has a robust system in place to protect its residents. Mobile homes, although they are named mobile homes, are not very mobile. When the rent goes up, it's very difficult on those residents, primarily who live on fixed incomes, to cope with it. So we want to have that system in place. We want it to be effective. We want it to be manageable for staff. One of the effects of having an independent mobile home commission like you currently have is that you have to hire 2 attorneys for every hearing process. The city attorney's office advises the rent commission. So you're paying our office to do that. As Jennifer mentioned, she has an appointed attorney who advises her during that process. This is to create a due process wall between the advocacy side and the independent side. I can't advise Jennifer on how to be successful in one of these hearings and then turn around and pretend to be impartial when I'm advising the Mobile Home Rent Commission. So if you move to a hearing officer system, you won't see any increased costs. You'll actually see probably higher efficiency. The other side of it is mobile home rent control is deceivingly complex when it comes to the calculations that need to be made. There are very few experts in this field. We have to oftentimes fly them in from far away so that we get these calculations right. If we get them wrong, the city ends up getting sued. There's significant costs involved in that. I've had citizen commissions who they have some accountant telling them one thing, another accountant coming in and telling them a second thing, and then a third city accountant coming in somewhere else, and they just kind of throw their hands up and say, you know what, we're just going to meet in the middle. And then it goes to the Superior Court, and the judge says, well, you don't have a basis for that number. And well, the basis was we were trying to reach a compromise. But that's not a good legal basis. If you do an RFP for hearing officers, you will get an attorney who will then sit there, and they don't need their own attorney advising them. They already are an attorney, experienced in mobile home rent law, who can process these hearings quickly and efficiently. It will allow my office to begin advising staff so that we can be directly interfacing with them and ensuring that our rent control ordinance remains upheld and robust. I do think that there are significant benefits to it. I know that it's not necessarily non-controversial. I know it's been something that's been talked about in the city before. The city's had a lot of difficulty getting people to attend these hearings. They're not particularly fun. You don't get paid very well. Like I said, it's a lot of math being thrown at you. And because we want you to be impartial, you can't be a park owner or a tenant of one of the parks, right? So you really, it's very difficult to find people who are willing to show up to these things, learn the necessary rules that they need to apply, and then apply them consistently. So I would urge the council to give it some serious thought on what you want to do. But Jennifer's recommendation to explore a hearing officer has the city attorney's office's full support.
Thank you, sir. Before we move on to questions, there are 3 public speakers on the matter. I'd like to hear from them. Ms. Josette, please. followed by Ms. Shirley Dalton, and finally Julie. I do this every single time you speak, man. I'm sorry. Paulay?
Polly.
I'm going to get it right one of these days.
First of all, oops, sorry, my bad. I want to thank everybody who gets sick and comes to one of these things. I want to thank them for alerting us. So if we feel we need extra protection, which I do, I have the right and the responsibility to take care of myself. So that's my first statement. I'm Joe Sutt. I live at 34111 Wildwood Canyon Road, space 117 in Yucaipa. And I would just like to say a couple of things about changing from a commission to a single hearing officer in managing our rent control ordinance. Can you hear me with this?
Yes, ma'am.
You guys see, I know there, I'm going to expose myself. I prefer the option of maintaining a 5-member commission. This is when I was writing this yesterday. My mind may be changed by now. I prefer the option of maintaining a 5-member commission rather than relying on one individual to make decisions about rent control issues. However, I am so aware of the difficulty of finding appropriate candidates to fill those seats. It is a taxing and thankless job and can require a substantial amount of study just to become familiar with the ordinance, even when no challenges arise. The amount of study and time can increase exponentially, for example, in the event of a request for a special rent adjustment, et cetera, and it's very expensive, way beyond what most volunteers are willing to devote. I would like to see a discussion focused on considering other means by which to encourage people to serve. I may cancel this one out. There is currently an arrangement for a small stipend to be paid to each of the commissioners per meeting. I believe the cost of those stipends is shared between the park owners and the residents, I think. Maybe it would be feasible to increase that amount to a more realistic level and continue to fund it in the same way. That's just one suggestion from this one person. But I would like to see other things considered before completely giving up on the commission. Have there been any attempts to find out how other communities have dealt with this perplexing issue? Surely someone else can come up with other ideas. And I agree that it's really hard to get a commission that's knowledgeable and willing to make the time commitment. But also, it's clear in this meeting that one of the main problems we're having is a trust issue between the constituents and the city council. And I will reiterate what I've asked many times. I would like to see us somehow have forums or workshops or something to include the mobile home residents who don't clearly understand what's going on, but know they're scared and know they're feeling unheard. I would like some way to develop some rapport in that way so we aren't a us or them kind of a thing going on. And it would help alleviate fear and maybe create some sense of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Shirley Dalton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Shirley Dalton. I live in Bonanza Mobile Home Park, and I am chairman of the Yucaipa Mobile Home Residents Association. As you are aware and has been mentioned, recommendations to change or modify the Mobile Home Rent Review Commission have been made on a regular basis since 2011. In the past, YMRA has recommended that the MRRC remain unchanged. It has become very apparent in the last few years that this process is not working as intended. It is difficult, as has been mentioned, to find residents of Yucaipa who are willing to volunteer to serve on the commission. And they are not always as knowledgeable as they might be or should be in order to perform that function. In the event of an emergency special rent increase application, as Jennifer mentioned, our current commission, consisting of only 3 of the required 5 members, could have difficulty coming to a unanimous agreement on the application. As we have all noticed too, legal fees and expert witness fees have increased a great deal for both park owners and park residents for the commission hearings and city council hearings resulting from an appeal. When or if a park owner is successful in having a special rent increase approved, their costs may then be passed on to the park residents. The appointment of a hearing officer would result in decreased legal fees and witness fees, especially for park residents. A decision on the merits of documentation presented by park owners and residents may be facilitated if the hearing officer has more familiarity with mobile home law and business finance than the average Yucaipa resident. For these and other reasons, YMRA believes it is time to make a change in the process. We recommend council approve the recommendation submitted by staff. Thank you.
For just a clarification, ma'am, you support a hearing officer? Yes. That's the position of the entire organization, or yourself?
It is the position of the board of directors, myself, and as many people as I was able to contact.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Thank you so much. Julie?
That's a first.
So, March 13th, 2023 is going to be a historic day. Not because it's Chris Mann's first council meeting, but because the park owners and the park residents are in agreement of a change. We've been advocating for this change. This is my first time or second time in 30 days that I've been with Mr. Graham, and totally agree with his assessment. You currently have an ordinance that caps rents at 4% in mobile home parks at a time when the rate of inflation is at 9%. As Social Security increases are at 9%, our costs are not capped at 4%.
Sure.
So I think you should anticipate very seriously that there are probably applications coming. Sounds like Jennifer has one coming. But so we think this is a good change, and it's definitely the trend in jurisdictions moving away from a citizens commission. Not that the citizens' input isn't important, but that these applications have become more and more complex. And someone that's motivated by a $75 stipend probably isn't going to get you your 5-member engaged commission that you had hoped for. So hopefully you will take it. There's another cost that wasn't mentioned in the report, the biannual review that we do every other year. We all get together, and it goes to the commission first, where your city attorney painstakingly goes through this process in the course of 2 or 3 meetings. And those are all billable hours that my understanding, go back to Shirley and Joe, and my members have to pay for. So I think it should cut your legal costs that is incorporated in our fee. So I think I'm so glad to hear the residents agree to this, and I think it'll be a really good outcome for the city. And if it doesn't work, we can always go back, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wow.
Final speaker, Mr. Mark Westwood, the voice of community radio.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I guess you understand who I am.
Yes, sir.
KQLH 92.5. We have begun airing your meetings gavel to gavel, and we're happy to do that, to bring the information. We run it uncensored. But I want to address this issue, and I can't believe my ears, to be honest with you. I'm a resident of a mobile home park, Crafton Hills Mobile Estates, and I've enjoyed rent control for a number of years. And I'm very scared that, I would get tossed out of my ear if the developers come in and buy my mobile home park and then decide, somebody from Orange County, that, they're going to vacate us without rent control by raising our rents up extremely high. Like in Mountain Shadows in Highland, where the mobile home park space rent starts at $1,200 a month. And so I can't believe my ears that YMRA is actually going along with this. And maybe I've gone into another dimension, but I I oppose this. I think that, I don't know why residents of a mobile home park, along with owners, can't be all appointed to the same commission together and work together, just like the Citizens Redistricting Commission, when they pick out congressional lines, when they pick out, city council lines. Why can't they have a 3-3 and an independent or something like that, and there's an 11-member commission? That could be done, and that could be accomplished. So I really would like you to table this and think about it. I don't think the residents really know that this is being discussed like this, and I think it needs to be put out there. And I'm willing to help do that. And I hope that we can just slow this down and that you'll all agree that there's not every resident. The residents don't agree. That's not a true statement. I think that's certain residents, and I really like YMRA. I think they're really overtaxed. I think the citizens that have been involved with this, that can be involved with it, are having a hard time. And it is a very complex issue. But I think we can find better chances and better solutions to having one review officer. I think that's going to invite problems, and I really strictly oppose it. And then I would encourage you to table this tonight for further discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Westwood, one moment while you're at the podium still. Mr. City Attorney, so if we venture down the rabbit hole of hypotheticals for a moment, and we have a solo hearing officer that hears a matter, is there no appeal after that? Is the absolute last word in all things mobile home review?
There is an appeal. There is an appeal to the Superior Court of California.
Does it not come before the council before it goes to the Superior Court?
So that was one of the discussion points. Generally speaking, the goal here is to reduce the administrative complexity and costs of holding these hearings. Having it go to an expert hearing officer in mobile home law, and then having all those experts then come and give the same presentations to the council adds to the burden. If the council wants that, you can certainly give us that direction, but that's not our recommendation, no.
I'd like to add too, in the past, the council has considered that one. It's been, like I said, in the staff report, brought to this council and prior councils for multiple years. The concern with that is that the hearing officer is either a lawyer, retired judge, and I think a few of you may have been here on council when we've had a case in appeal, I can't recall, but you can only go on the findings associated with that hearing before either it's the commission or that hearing officer, and there's a court reporter in the entire process. There's verbatim transcripts, but you can only reverse, if it's appealed to you, you can only reverse it based on particular findings of that actual hearing. And so you are not necessarily considered experts in mobile home park law. You're not appraisers, you're not fair return experts, you're not accountants. So you would be taking, it may be hard to overrule that hearing officer. However, in past of commissions, we have had a very difficult time getting a final response from our commission to where the experts have had to come back to continue a hearing. Those are all costs associated, and there's nothing in this statement that I'm bringing for. I've been the rent administrator since 2004. I've brought these items to councils in the past several times. This is not negating rent control. This is not getting rid of rent control. If anything, our rent control ordinance is very strong, and what we're trying to do is ensure that our process is upheld when a special rent adjustment case is brought before whatever body you choose to hear it. And I have reached out to other cities. I've even reached out to the city of Calamasa, and Darlene over there, she's had a very difficult, and for years she hasn't even had a commission. It's hard to fill these seats. You know it. That's why we've changed it from an at-large appointment to district appointments.
So, one moment, Mr. Russell, I'll come back to you. So, we have, in theory, if best case scenario, we have a five-person appointed commission that are supposed to make the same, they're supposed to apply the law, right? And it's not up for really interpretation, it's the law, and we have experts that guide them. A hearing officer would do the same thing. So what is?
Can I follow up?
Please.
The one question I would have is who appoints the hearing officer, number one? And, do they adjudicate it by, they're being paid to adjudicate all this? The other question I would simply have, and I understand it's not about rent control as much as other items and stuff in parks and things like that. I just don't think that we need to rush into this decision tonight. That's what I'm encouraging. I know that you've all talked about it, but as a mobile home park resident, it's been very frustrating to a lot of us that we don't have a voice. We can't be on these commissions, these boards, or anything like that because we're residents.
Sure.
Or maybe the park owners feel the same way. I think we could come to a citizens commission that would be an even split between park owners, even split between park residents, maybe an independent or two, just like I used the redistricting commission idea. That could be a solution that works for everyone. Could be a win-win situation. And then maybe you do have the advice of an attorney for the very complex issues. But then it comes back to the council to use your judgment, right? And that's what you're elected to do. So that's what all I have to say about it.
I'm not sure if you've been listening, sir. Our judgment's been called into question as of late, so I'm not sure you want to do that.
Well, can't be on everything, so.
Mr. City Attorney, who does appoint this hearing officer, and what is his motives?
That would be the city council, Mayor.
Okay.
Would appoint the hearing officer.
And there's a firm that employs these folks that we would go through a process?
So we'd work with staff to prepare requests for proposals that would list the qualifications of the hearing officer. So they would need to be an independent, they'd need to be a licensed attorney, experienced in mobile home law at a minimum. We'd want to look at some past cases that they've done. We'd want to get samples of orders that they've issued in the past to make sure that they're qualified. There may be some additional things that staff would want to look at. So I don't know, Jennifer, if you want to add something to it.
No, and in the discussion, we may want to select two different firms so that if that firm or that individual is tied up, if we have a case before us, that we have a pretty tight timeline of when we have to determine approval or not, and then when we have to get it before the hearing officer. We are talking about selecting maybe two firms that we could choose.
And Mayor, to the last point, we can make sure that staff's recommendations are sent to the Mobile Home Tenants Association, to the park owners as well. They get a chance to look at who we're planning to bring forward well in advance. So if there's some concern about one of the candidates, that can be aired before the city council meeting.
Would that be amenable, Mr.
Well,
Westwood?
is there some reason why we need to move forward with it tonight? Can't we hold off?
The
on
only
it?
reason I think there's an urgency is she presented that she's actually has a case pending, it sounds preliminarily pending before the Mobile Home Rent Review Commission, which we currently don't have.
And I don't feel like we're expediting this process whatsoever. We've been dealing with this since 2011 to current. I do have constant communication with Shirley at YMRA. I am communicating to her as the president of that group. And like in all years past, we've done that. And so to continue to delay this process only brings our overall process into question. If I do have a case and if it does get appealed to the commission, right now I have a commission of 3. Say next meeting you appoint the 2 vacancies, we still have to go through training. They have to have time to review the documents to be able to sit up there, listen to expert testimony, not only from the city experts, but the resident experts and the park owner experts. And then they have to make an educated decision and come up with findings established to support their decision, whatever one they come up with. So it is a complex process. It's not like it used to be back in 1980 or 1991 through 2002. Corporations are buying the mobile home parks in this community. We don't have a lot of mom and pops anymore. We don't have we have Emerson's, Rudrick's. We've got a couple family parks left, but they are now corporate parks. They are bringing corporate attorneys and experts.
Sir.
So I'm not sure everybody knows this, but in our budget, we have a $200,000 line item to defend the mobile home rent ordinance. We have the most extensive mobile home rent ordinance in the state of California. We've been dealing with this issue of trying to staff the Mobile Home Rent Commission. That's where the whole idea of the stipend came from. We can't find anyone to sit on that commission. We've dealt with this idea. I've been here 10 years, and I bet I've dealt with it 5 times through the process of the biennial review. And this idea of having someone here that knows the facts, knows the law, knows, understands the math, this is a great idea. This is better than what we're doing now. We've never approved this before, but the fact that YMRA is on board, this is not only a historical day for Mr. Mann, but I agree with Julie Pauley. I never expected to hear that. I'm absolutely floored by that. And I am shocked by that, but I'm not shocked in the fact that this is a better idea than what we've been doing, in my humble opinion. And I've dealt with it a lot, and I think this is a better idea.
John?
Well, I think since we've been on the council, Mayor, I think we've seen this be the third time now that this has come up, I think, in one form or another. And the stipend thing, I think, came in since we've been up here.
Yeah.
And that hasn't solved the issue. So I like the idea of what they're recommending personally. And it's somebody that is knowledgeable and in the field, so to speak.
I think, to Mr. Westwood's point, including the residents of the parks and along the process, as much as I'm not so certain that a community coalition would be in the best interest. I'm concerned about potential liability of, like the city attorney said, the Superior Court judges who are aware of the law may not see that our willingness to come to a compromise is not the legal basis for our decisions, where while it seems good, and why can't we all just get along type thing, but I don't want to open up the city for any type of potential liability either. Sir?
There's, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, about 53 mobile home parks in the city?
We have 41.
41 mobile home parks. In my park, there's over 100 residents there. And so you have a few people. I'm amazed that they're supporting this. Maybe it does have an idea or merit. However, the idea that we should move forward because we're afraid of the superior courts, I don't think that has good merit. I would encourage you to I don't think this has been adequately aired among the residents, and my idea has some merit. So I would encourage you to think of it, discuss it, and just table it for tonight. Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. So, the recommendation isn't to make a decision tonight. We're not looking to hire anybody. This is a evidentiary hearing to consider this as a possibility. I think we have heard enough evidence, statements made by the respected members of the community who are either for or against it, but I think it does lend to enough reason for us to move forward. At least that's my opinion. So I would actually, I would make a motion to approve option number 1, I believe is,
The recommendation before you is that the city council direct the issuance of a request for proposal seeking mobile home rent stabilization hearing officer services in place of the commission process and approve the elimination of the appeal process.
so we're not eliminating, okay, we're doing that, we're making that act tonight. We're, Ms. Sutt, I'm sorry, we do have to move on at the moment. I apologize. I don't want you to keep, I'm gonna go ahead and move forward, ma'am, just because I want to move forward with this part of it. Again, we're not making any decision to hire anybody. Okay. Understood. So we do have methods in place. We'll work with the city attorney, the city manager's office to work and lean on our PIO and our public affairs persons to ensure that we're getting the information out. So you have my word on that. Ms. Crawford, I will make a motion to approve the recommendation in staff report as cited. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing on, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 4-1. Moving on to item number 11. I'm sorry, item number 12. This is general fund budget adjustment salary schedule continued from February 13th. Mr. Philip White.
Mr. Mayor, actually, I'll start us off on this. It's all right?
Very well, sir.
So this item is coming to you continued from the February 13th City Council meeting. In a continuing effort to adjust to increased workload as well as staffing levels that have been reduced as a result of certain positions not being filled when employees left the city, and due to reductions in staffing levels during the COVID-19 pandemic, a number of critical staffing needs have been identified as well as a reorganization of departments. I'm not going to go through the entire staff report since you heard it last time, and I know you're familiar with it. I will say one significant change to this item from what you saw in February is that in listening to the discussion in February and then in talking with the Finance Committee on March 7th, we're recommending at this time that we move forward with the changes as presented with the exception of the second Assistant City Manager position. That changes the numbers quite a bit. The budget adjustment that would be needed for this fiscal year would be $81,413. But I would like to make a few other comments. Over the past 2 months, I've had a chance to evaluate the organization and to meet with department heads and other members of the staff. I've learned a lot about what the city is doing well and what perhaps hasn't been going so well. Also, through discussions with members of the council, I've been able to begin to gauge issues of priority. Instead of rehashing the details contained in the staff report, as this agenda item pertains to the organization of the staff that are needed to carry out the council's policies and priorities, I believe this would be an appropriate time to share some of my observations. Number one, I have heard loud and clear that we need to place a greater focus on public safety, enhancing both police and fire services. On the fire side, we are experiencing an increase in call volume and also an increase in response times. This is something that our fire chief has been bringing to this council's attention for some time. We have a reserve engine that is badly in need of being retired. It's outlived its useful life. We have a frontline engine that has also outlived its useful life that needs to be put in reserve. And we need to order a new engine. We need to purchase a new engine. From the time we place these orders, it'll take at least 12 months to get delivery. So while we don't have to pay for the engine today, if we hope to replace this equipment anytime in the next year or longer, these are decisions that need to be made very quickly. We desperately need to staff a paramedic squad now to reduce response times. This is something that's been brought to this council in the past by the chief. Ideas such as starting a Leave Behind Narcan program would greatly improve our abilities to address overdose issues, especially as it relates to fentanyl, which is a growing crisis in our community and all over the country. We need to place an order for a ladder truck. We're probably 2 years out. We're working on agreements so that projects that are 3 stories will help to contribute to pay for this fire truck. But again, to get a fire truck ordered and built, it's probably a 2-year process. So again, we don't have to pay for it today, but it's a need that we need to address sooner rather than later. On the police side, calls for service, reports taken, and arrests were all up significantly in 2022 from 2021, as were calls per deputy, reports per deputy, and arrests per deputy. We're seeing an increase in DUI-related traffic collisions. We're seeing an increase in illegal narcotic use in our city. We need increased traffic enforcement. We might consider the addition of a dual-purpose tracking and narcotics dog. We need to more aggressively tackle the criminal behavior that often comes with homelessness, substance abuse, and mental illness, which are often tied together. We have seen a dramatic increase in the number of those individuals roaming our streets. My wife doesn't feel comfortable going out to Uptown at night, and I know others feel the same way, and that is not the Yucaipa that I fell in love with. It's not the Yucaipa I want my son to grow up in. You'll see 3 items on the agenda for discussion tonight that would put more teeth in the municipal code for enforcement. Road maintenance. It's been a big issue. We hear a lot about it from residents lately. We have a pavement management plan, and we'll be talking about projects for the upcoming year tonight with that plan. It's something I think we need to communicate better so that residents are aware of. But every 5 years, we do a big reset of that plan, a total reconfiguration of that plan, and that's coming up in the coming months. I think we need to make sure that we involve the public in that plan, in that planning, so we hear from them what priority projects should be in their minds. Potholes have become a big issue. There's an item on the agenda this evening that takes a more creative approach to addressing potholes as they arise. I think on an average day-to-day basis, we have the resources in-house to address potholes. But when we have big storm events, big rain events, the problems grow beyond our ability to handle them quickly. And so we've put together a thought and idea plan for how to be more responsive. Maintenance of city facilities. This city for years has been focused on building projects, and as a result, we have some phenomenal facilities. Lots of parks, a community center, a YPAC, et cetera. But in many cases, the city has not been focused on maintaining those facilities. Again, we have fire equipment that has outlived its useful life. Just since I've been here, we've received complaints about playground equipment that is broken and dangerous. We have generators at the police station that have not been tested in almost 10 years and has the original fuel still left in them. Even the carpet at City Hall, which has not been replaced since the building was completed in 2004. We have a long list of deferred maintenance that now needs attention. Budgeting practices. Yucaipa is well known for conservative and responsible budgeting. I think if you would ask the average resident who pays attention to the city what the budget reserve is, a number that we hear a lot from people is $53, $54 million in reserves. But that's not entirely accurate. That doesn't tell the whole story. As the city's placed an emphasis on building projects over the years, there's been a creative use of development impact fee funds. See, development impact fees, as you know, are collected by developers as projects are built. And those fees, those monies are used to build infrastructure. But instead of waiting for those projects to come to build that infrastructure, in many cases, the city has loaned money from the general fund to these DIF funds and built the infrastructure on the front end, with the idea that once development comes, once it happens, development impact fees will be paid and the general fund will be reimbursed. But as of today, those DIF funds collectively are upside down to the tune of $34 million.
I'm sorry, how much?
$34 million. So when it comes to true reserves in our general fund reserves that are unspoken for, we're looking at closer to $11 million. And keeping in mind that we have a general fund revenue budget of about $32 million. So the budget's still healthy. I'm not suggesting that it's not. But we need to be careful because we have big projects on the horizon that we've promised to the community already, such as the Wildwood Canyon Road interchange, such as an $18 million library that may end up being more expensive than $18 million. We've received grant funding awards for $9 million of that, and we've been working with the county and the school district to provide some funding for that as well. But we have like $4 or $5 million worth of funds that we still need to figure out where that money is going to come from. So we need to be careful with our budget. Communications and transparency. I believe we need to improve the quantity and quality of communications from City Hall to the public. Simply sending press releases is no longer sufficient. We need to reach people where and how they consume information today. Social media, videos, infographics. I think about the Wine Country Specific Plan, which has been a point of a lot of contention lately. And I think about a process that's been going on for, 3 years? And then a project comes along last year that, while not in the specific plan area, is directly adjacent to it. And a whole group of residents awakened to this issue that were not keyed into the Wine Country Specific Plan effort. And I asked myself, for a proposal, a plan this big, how is it that there were any residents in the city, especially in the North Bench, that didn't know about this? It's been going on for 3 years. I think the city needs to do better with communications. I think about roundabouts. A lot of people, probably most people, are critical of the roundabouts. But how many people really understand why that happened? How many people really understand that it was that or eminent domaining an awful lot of property and widening the road significantly to meet traffic standards, right? We need to do a better job at communication. There's an item on the agenda this evening that talks about a sunshine ordinance to increase transparency. It has things like making sure that all significant contracts approved by this council are clearly placed on the city's website, making sure that we broadcast video of these council meetings. I need to develop a communications plan with the goal of increasing stakeholder engagement and community understanding of city services, initiatives, and resources. We need to take a more business-friendly approach to code enforcement. We need to increase responsiveness to concerns raised by the community and requests by members of the city council. From minor, simple tasks to larger projects, I've encountered a long and growing list of requests from members of this council, many of which originated from concerned residents, with concerns raised by residents that have fallen through the cracks or have just been disregarded. City staffing. For a long time, the culture at City Hall has been to do more with less. While we must act responsibly with public dollars, it is not in the public's interest for city staff to be spread so thin that public services suffer. I have to say, this is the strangest org chart I've ever seen at a city. We have an assistant city manager position who up until December was also the director of general services, also the city clerk, also the rent administrator. It's one ACM position, but not all departments report to the ACM. Others report directly to the director of development services, who's also the city engineer. Because there's no director of community development, departments such as planning, building and safety, and even code enforcement are under this position. Code enforcement reports directly to the planning manager. The city manager's executive assistant is also the human resources analyst. It's the main person who handles HR issues in the city. Random positions report directly to the city manager. So why is it this way? Well, I've come to understand that over the years, as key staff positions have become vacant, some of them have not been filled. Instead, those duties have been reassigned to other existing staff. Then COVID hit, and staff was reduced even further. Many of those positions still have yet to be filled. Much of the staff is wearing multiple hats, in some cases hats that don't naturally go together. Many staff members are significantly overworked. What's more, we need to change the culture from one of tight control and micromanagement to one that allows employees the freedom to do what they do best, to be creative, to take risks. Management needs to be focused on supporting staff, giving them the tools, resources, and guidance to flourish and to be successful. We need to encourage professional development and provide opportunities for additional training and increased responsibility that will lead to career advancement. We need to implement policies and programs that will foster a positive work environment and physical and mental well-being. With what I have seen thus far, I have been so impressed with the city's staff. They are intelligent, hardworking, dedicated, friendly, professional, and they care deeply about this community. To a person, they have my full support. The item before you this evening is a necessary first step to getting the organization of this city's staff where it needs to be in order to accomplish the goals of this council and to enhance responsiveness and transparency in the provision of public services. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have 3 speaker slips on the matter. First one is Ms. Diane Smith.
Diane Smith, District 5. I did have a prepared speech that I'm not going to give. I've got to say, you gave me a little glimmer of hope with your speech. You had started off, on the wrong foot by sneaking in the door, taking a position that didn't exist an hour before. I don't trust you yet, but it did give me a glimmer of hope, and that you could recognize the superior ability of our city staff. And when you brought in this sweeping change of the organizational staff, we were all afraid that this wonderful staff was just going to be replaced, and mostly with people that we didn't know, that weren't qualified, that didn't have experience in a city of this size. And it does apply to you too. You haven't had an experience with a city of this size. So I like the emphasis on public safety. I like the emphasis on communicating with us. And I just hope that you are sincere. The jury's still out. I'm going to wait and see if this is all going to come to pass. But I do think it was a step in the right direction.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'd just like to add on to Diane Smith's statement, public safety with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and CAL FIRE. That's the emphasis. Dr. Hanson Wong is the next speaker.
Yeah, I have 30 seconds just to make a quick announcement to Mr. Mann, and then I'll start my speech. Is that all right?
Sure.
April 8th, Bunny Hop. I expect you there to support it, okay? And you don't have to go the full mile. There's a 5K just for you with your name on it. Sorry, sir. Okay, let's get back to agenda item 12. So, I mean, City Council can do as it wish. I'd just like to remind you of a couple of things, and you can address how you've addressed it and whether you're going to do it or not. A month ago, you had said that you were going to consider shelving it, not all of this agenda item, but the new positions, you're going to shelve it until you had a consultant to see whether it's something that should be done now or later or what. I think in lieu of the fact of what he mentioned in our budget and the fact that things might be a little tight, we really have to consider what is really needed, how much we're going to spend on it, and so on. And then we were going to have a vote on it after we have appropriate information. But again, you might have changed the process. The other thing is the positions that are there now, they're set positions that we've had for a while, and we have a set salary. The new positions, in my mind, I'm for organizational information. What are the qualifications for this? Because they separated and add some new things in the reorganization that he's creating. So we need to know what exactly is the job description, how do people qualify, where do they start up on the salary rack? I mean, maybe they've done this for 20 years at some place and they're, very proficient and they deserve a higher salary already. Maybe it's something that's new for everyone and they need to start at the base, and then 3 months, 6 months later, when they show us their worth, then obviously he can go which way he wants with the salary. Obviously, again, he's the city manager, he manages his staff, and so on. I'm glad for one thing that he mentioned. He finally agrees with me what a wonderful staff we have, and that I hope he takes that into consideration in creating positions that might be needed in the future, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. Christine Muller.
Thank you for hearing me. Christine Moeller, Fawn Ridge Place. There is such a thing called the learning curve, which means that when somebody takes a huge job, it takes a while for them to figure out what it's all about. I don't think you have been there long enough to make those type of decisions. So last time we saw something like this and it came before us, he had to have all of these people here and all of the benefits, and they had to be contract employees that totaled almost $1 million. Today, it's a different story. So what is it that changed between now and then that you don't have to have all these people between you and them? And regarding the fire and police, this is just a way for you to segue another type of community, some type of committee or something like that to circumvent what we got going on, okay? Captain Landon is not here. Did you guys notice that? She's gone. She's a Yucaipa resident of over 20 years, and we don't have a captain. And there's also in our budget, every year you guys get up here and you talk about there's a 10% increase on sheriffs and fire. How are we going to fund that? And you, Bobby, you said no to his truck how many years in a row? And now he's proposing all these trucks and ladder trucks and all that stuff. Where's the money coming from? You don't spend money like a drunken sailor and have the type of budget that we do, okay? You don't do that. You don't let somebody come in here and 3 days later or 13 days after he is officially started, he's gonna come up here and tell us what we need. That sounded like blah, blah, blah to me. Let them decide what they want. You guys follow your budget. Those trucks and everything are allocated in the future. If you don't know that, ask city staff. That's how it works. You don't just come up here and say, we need this, we need this, we need this. It's already discussed in the budget and everything like that. Stay the course. You don't let somebody come in after 13 days and spend our money like that. You don't do it. I want to hear from Malinowski. I want to hear from our sheriffs. You don't put $40-something thousand into some side thing in addition to what they got going on. Bring us another sheriff if that's what you think is going to solve the problem. You don't solve those problems by spending our money.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have a new captain on the way. That was announced, so I'm happy to hear that, and I wish Captain Landon all the best in her retirement. Okay. Is there any questions of staff from the council?
So may I?
Yes.
So out of the meeting that I wasn't here at, and I'm sorry for that, the suggestion was made by Councilmember Thorpe. Did that get shelved in the financial meeting that you guys just had a finance meeting, right? Did that get sort of discussed and sort of shelved?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that wasn't discussed at length in the committee meeting. I think Councilman Thorpe did mention towards the end of the meeting that he may still want to discuss that at the council meeting this evening. Staff's recommendation is not to do that as a precursor to the staffing changes you see in front of you. The changes now are really bringing on two positions that I see as key right out the gate. If the council chooses to do some more extensive study of the organization, probably the best vehicle for that would be a class and comp study. I believe it's been 2011 since the last one was done, so the city is far out of date for doing that. The look at the positions the city has and the salary ranges, I think something to be aware of when the time comes to go down that road is that, in my assessment, most of the salary ranges are probably going to be found to be low compared to cities of comparable size in the region. So it's something to be prepared for. Those class and comp studies typically take, for a city of this size, it could easily take a year to complete. They're not cheap. And when we get to the end of that road, more than likely the recommendations will be that we need to increase staffing and we need to increase salary ranges across the board. Something to think about, but I would ask that be, if that's something that we want to move on, we can certainly look into it. And we could get some proposals from companies to do the work and bring that back. But I would ask that be separate from what's before you this evening.
And may I? And did you? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you mention all of that in your talk there to establish the fact that we need these positions in order to affect all of that has to be done with the fact that the staff is overworked?
That's one of the things that has been very apparent. I was appointed on January 9th and then had a $1 consulting contract for the remainder of January and the month of February. And I spent quite a bit of time looking at the organization. I asked staff to put together org charts of each department and major responsibilities and projects that are being worked on by every department, every staff member. I've met with the department heads and meeting with the other staff as well. And it's very, very clear to me that the city is significantly understaffed. These two positions, right off the bat, I believe are critical right out the gate. And I believe they're a starting point. I think there's going to be further evaluation as I spend more time here. But, you know, as I said before, I want to emphasize, and I met with the staff a couple weeks ago, the last day of the week of my first week here. And as I told them, look, they have my full support, that this is not an indication of, has been said by speakers, a lack of trust of the current staff, right? This has nothing to do with a lack of confidence in the current staff. These are pieces that I see missing in this organization that I think are critical right out the gate. And then we'll have further discussions as time goes on.
So I received a phone call a few weeks ago, and it was the first time since I've been on the council that I received a phone call from an executive board member of, forgive me, the collective bargaining unit that represents the city employees. And executive board member calls to ask for help. And I said, well, we do negotiations with y'all, you know, once a year, once every 2 years. How come this is not being requested of us in negotiations? And he said, well, it couldn't be addressed, but, you know, we are struggling. And I think that might lend to why we had some people leave, potentially, City Hall. I don't know. What I do know is it's not fair for us to treat the government like it's a charity and expect people to give selflessly of their time, their resources, and their own assets for the benefit of Yucaipa. It's just not right. The citizens, rather the employees are rock stars. Megan's crew does an amazing job. I think that's the most visible, second only to Public Works, because that's the cities we drive on, but they do need help. And it's not, I don't think it's, while the last meeting a public speaker said it, you know, we should commend them for working a lot. And I do, I commend, amazing work. But how long do we say we're gonna pay you this to do this, and this? How long are we gonna let that go before Redland says, hey, we'll pay you more to do less. Come work for us. I don't know if that's, so, okay, so I think we need a comp and class study. We need somebody from the outside to come in and say, yeah, you're upside down, or no, you guys are just fine. Or maybe where we can cut fat, right? Where can we fix it? I'm for that. With that being said, the positions here, we have done a pretty lousy job in my mind of communicating with the community. There's a lot of people, I see it on the Yucaipa Bulletin all the time. It happens all the time. Why in the world is the city doing this if this? And there is an answer. And we need a mouthpiece to go out and say that. We need the person to go out and do that, and we don't do a good job with that. We need somebody who, and we have a great PIO who needs help as well. That's a grant writer and PIO. I think it's grant administrator. I learned just in the last year how much is involved in a grant. It's not just as simple as here's the piece of paper, I want the grant, and then the state gives you the money or the feds give you the money. There's like quarterly updates, there's budget tracking. That is a full-time job by itself, and we're asking this person also, hey, also be a trusted face and voice of the city of Yucaipa that can relay information in a timely manner, because don't let people guess. If they guess, it's human nature to fill in the gaps with what they think is right, and then it turns out wrong. I hate roundabouts. Gloria, I know you don't. I don't like them. And so the first meeting I had a chance to say, I went into closed session with David Snow and the rest of them, and I said, I'm not voting on any more roundabouts. I'm not doing it. And then I was told, okay, you be the one to go out and tell them that all up and down Avenue E, we're taking everybody's property by eminent domain, because that's what the state requires, because that's an arterial roadway that has to be done. I said, well, nobody told me that. That's the law. That's why we're here, because a roundabout at 4th, 5th, 3rd, 2nd will make it so you have to have a 2-lane roadway in each direction. No eminent domain. Well, with the exception of small ones at the intersections, and that even those we saw that was difficult to do as well. Can you imagine walking up and down Avenue E or sending mailers saying, hey, we're taking your property? Don't worry, we'll give you a nice, good government deal on it, though. It doesn't exist. We need to do better at communicating. I'm happy, and these things, I've been begging for these things to come forward before council for a while, and I'm happy to see it. The sunshine one is new. That's a sunshine ordinance. Let's bring all the sunshine into City Hall. To include, maybe when we get there, Dr. Wong made a point to, let's partner up with Transparent California and create so that you can click on any job, from lifeguard to city manager, everything in between, and see what the city requires that person be experienced and knowing. Let's be transparent. Let's open the windows. Come peek in City Hall. I'm excited to see that staff report, but let's get back to this one. Number 12. Is there any other council that has questions of staff?
Well, I just want to say that I've been here for 10 years now, and in that 10 years, we have approved staffing changes or reorganization at least 15 to 20 times. And each time that we've done that, nobody showed up and tried to help us understand how to staff. It's been a decision by the city manager. And so I don't see why this would be any different, even though he's been here for a short time. He's still the city manager. He still has that position. And I move the item.
John?
So I have a quick question for you, Mr. Manager. How is an assessment of the organization different than, I'm sorry, what was the term you used for it? Comp and what?
Class and comp study.
So how is that different, or are we speaking the same language, just different title?
Yeah, I think the class and comp study would be probably the most appropriate vehicle to accomplish that, as in addition to looking at just kind of your existing job classifications and what those salary ranges are. Usually a class and comp study will make recommendations on organizational changes, deficiencies, things where you could make improvements to your organizational structure.
Okay. So, Bobby, when you were gone, I had made a motion for a study to be done through a consultant, just to see how our organization is doing, to see where we're doing well, not so well, and where we're falling flat on our face, and get a list of recommendations so that he has some good documentation, a baseline to make good informed decisions on where we go from there. That was with the original recommendation of 3 positions as well, you know, when you first came to the council. And we voted on that, and it was a split vote, so it kind of died at that point. But I thought I'd bring it back and just, we could talk about it a little bit more for your benefit since you were gone that day. With this particular study that the manager's bringing up, I think if we were to approve this tonight, what do you think about including that comp study be voted on to be conducted so that we know down the road what else needs to be done?
Absolutely. And I think Mayor Beaver said it best. He said, we want to know if we're understaffed or overstaffed. We want to know that. So I would agree that we need to have that, but not for the basis of this discussion here, because we're trying to get this thing moving forward and make it better than it was.
Are you suggesting we
So I guess
include
what
it?
I'm trying to suggest is that not only would, if we were to move this item forward, in that motion, we would also vote that a study be done. So it's not just something down the road. We've actually made a decision that will be done down the road so that we have some good hardline information. You said this study was done back in 2011? Or
Yes,
you
sir.
said we're out by 11 years? What did you say?
No, it was the last time it was done, I've been told was 2011.
Okay. So rather than just putting it down the road, that one day we'll talk about it, I'm asking the council, does anybody have any heartburn about us voting on that with this motion tonight, including it, that it be done? So it's not just something down the road.
Mr.
So
Mayor?
we have a baseline.
Yeah. If I may, I would, if that's the direction the council would like to go, I think the appropriate motion would be to approve this item, and then also to direct the city manager to go out to RFP for our class and comp study.
I would agree with that.
I agree. Councilman Venable.
Did we not hire you to do this?
Yes, sir.
And so you, before you can do anything, you have to come to us, right?
Well,
I mean.
anything in terms of.
I mean, as far as, you know, anything drastic.
Right, I need to come to the council for budget approval for any staffing changes that are made, yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we hired you to do that, so we put our trust in you to do that and stuff. And so now we're gonna have a third party to come out and evaluate you on who we picked.
So if I may.
Is that not?
I don't think that's, so I've undergone a comp and class of study at two of my employment places. The way it works, we hire somebody to come in and go, okay, let's look at Yucaipa compared to cities surrounding Yucaipa of similar capita size, and say, how much are they getting paid? How much does the director of public works get paid in surrounding agencies? So they give us a report based on, and a baseline. It's not to tell him what to do, it's actually for our benefit, so we can say, oh, we can use this as a defensible document to say, no, this is why we're raising the salary, or this is why we're lowering the salary, this is why we're not holding off on any further raises of anybody, because we'll have a deadline of, Yucaipa shouldn't be, I don't think, the next bell with a scandal of somebody making $1 million a year. With that being said, anything Calamasa does, Yucaipa can do better. Redlands. So I don't want to be left behind either. I want to be Yucaipa. I want Yucaipa to be an industry leader where people want to come and they want to work here. They want to serve the citizens of Yucaipa in a government capacity because this is a good job to have. I'm quite frankly, I get lifetime medical after 5 years vested with CalPERS. Most CalPERS employees do it. That is a point to make. And that's what they're going to say is I want this survey, this study to come back from an expert who does this to come back and say, hey, look, we analyzed all numbers from surrounding agencies, from city manager to the guy who sweeps the floors. This is how much they should be making based on a city of your size or similar, and this is what's going on. So it's a defensible document that we can have in our.
Mayor?
Have you done that?
Yes, sir. So in my last jurisdiction, we did a class and comp study that we went out to RFP and found a consultant to do the class and comp study. It was completed last year.
In your previous city?
Yes, sir.
And how much is that costing the city?
We'd have to go out to RFP for a city this size. Probably expect in the 50 to 60,000 range.
And we just talked about our budget being a little bit compromised, right?
Compromise might be strong, but we need to be careful. Yeah.
Mayor?
Sir.
Do you mind if I address the council members' questions?
Please.
A classification and compensation study is a pretty routine process that you want to do, I'd say probably every 3 to 5 years. It sounds like we've gone a little bit longer here. It's not to second guess the city manager's organizational decisions. I think that was sort of the impression you were getting. It's to find out what work each individual in the organization is doing. That's the classification part, right? What are you doing? Is that work appropriate to your job description, or are you being overworked? Do you have more things on your plate than your job description calls for? The other side of it is compensation. So based on what you're actually doing, what is it other surrounding communities are paying? And the goal of it is one, so that you as a city council have information, city manager has information on where to set compensation. You have that information surrounding communities. And the other thing is to be, frankly, just more competitive in the job environment. They tell you what your competing agencies are paying for those positions so that you can be competitive with them, council member.
I just have heartburn over that because I have to do that myself at my work. And I don't have a company to come in and tell me that. I talk to all the other different companies around and get a comparable.
I think if, Ms. Mueller, you're going to hold us accountable. So I want to be held accountable. And I don't know. I know what a police officer should make. I'm really good at that. I don't know what Landon Kern's, counterpart in Redlands makes. I'd like to know. I'd like to know how our staff weighs up to surrounding agencies so that we can have a document. So that should we come back and say, man, we've been neglectful and downright just insensitive to our employees, and we need to give them the compensation they deserve, I can stand definitively behind the document and say, we've been wrong, and we need to be right.
But more importantly, how much work is being required of the staff for the compensation that they're being paid. That's the whole idea here, right, is to figure out what kind of work. I mean, we've already heard that our staff is required to do multiple tasks that may not be exactly what their category is. And so the whole idea of the study is to figure out, are they being overworked, number one, and then number two, are they being compensated for the work that they're doing? I absolutely agree with that.
Okay, so I think you were on the verge of making a motion there, Councilman Thorpe.
So I guess my motion is if we vote to approve the staffing positions that he's asking for, and with the budget consider this is one less position and significantly less than he originally motioned or asked council for, that if we approve this, that we give a vote to have that, I'm messing up the title, that classification and.
Yes, to issue an RFP for a class and comp study.
Yes, what he said.
Okay,
Since
sounds
I
like you want to.
Since I get all tongue-tied on it.
Your motion is to approve the item with staff recommendations and include direction to get a RFP for class and comp study.
That would be my motion.
That's a great motion. Okay. I second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 5-0. I've been asked by my colleagues on the dais if we can take a quick 5-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 8:55 hours. So it's questions about seniority, or am I getting last in?
I'll let you talk. That was awesome. Thank you.
Did you get any texts from Chris Follett?
Oh, yeah.
Right now?
Yeah. During this meeting?
Yeah, me too. You better get in line. You need to get in line.
It says, you are disgusting. I want to go F you. Yes.
Matt, ready? Bobby?
Let's get out of here. Let's go.
All right. That was a 9-minute break. We went 4 minutes over. I apologize. So let's hit this. We're back in session, call to order. And we'll move on to item number 13. This is by our CAL FIRE Fire Chief, Chief Malinowski, the Confire Contract Agency Agreement.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So the agenda item tonight before you is the continuation and a culmination of our discussions for the city of Yucaipa to enter the Consolidated Fires JPA, along with 11 other agencies representing 13 cities from here to Chino Hills, so the entire valley. This will allow the city of Yucaipa to participate in the county's RFP process for emergency medical services. This would give us local control as a shareholder, becoming a contract agency for the JPA over the county, the EMS services provided in this county. This would greatly enhance our level of advanced life support services that the citizens receive and deserve. And not only will they have an ambulance show up with paramedics, it'll also be in an appropriate response time. And as we've discussed before, having a public-private partnership. It would really be patient care driven and not a for-profit business model. So there is an initial startup cost to become a contract agency member of the JPA, which is that $41,397.45, which is identified in your staff report. All other entities have already funded this. We would be the last to do that. So after, we don't have issued financials because this is really the first of its kind in the country. But with our AP Triton consultant, hello? Okay, sorry. I'm a little tall for this. Sorry about that. So after consulting with AP Triton, it is expected the JPA will be solvent with reserves by fiscal year 3. And then we would expect to see some revenue coming back to support our internal EMS program and offset paramedic deficits by fiscal year 4 to 5. So this item has been approved by the Public Safety Ad Hoc for full council consideration.
Thank you, Chief. We do have some public comments on the matter, so be ready to come back and answer some questions should we have them. The only public speaker is Ms. Diane Smith.
Diane Smith, District 5. I have some questions for the fire chief. You've been our fire chief for over 4 years. Why did you wait until now to submit this request? Is our current dispatch system not working? And I couldn't hear you wherever you went. Oh, I couldn't hear you clearly. Is this gonna bring us more paramedics? Are the paramedics included in this, or is it just the dispatch?
Is that the only questions? Because I have other questions for him as well.
Okay, and the cutoff date to declare our intent to join this organization was December 31st, 2022. Initial membership cost was due no later than February 28th, 2023. Are they making an exception for Yucaipa because they want our financial resources? Or were you pressured into this change by the new city administration? And these questions are for council. Once we join, we are committed for 5 years. We will have no way out if they run into financial difficulty and they need more money. Confire admits that they will incur unfunded liabilities and that the membership fee, which is estimated to be over $40,000, will not cover the liabilities. We will have to agree to ensure that Confire will be held harmless from those liabilities to the extent that they can show that they were attributable to us. We have worked hard to decrease our unfunded liabilities over the last 20 years. This council has already increased our unfunded liabilities with Chris Mann's contract. I'm afraid this contract with Confire will make our situation worse. Please be cautious.
Thank you, ma'am. Chief, and forgive me, I'm going to ask you some dates here because I don't recall, but we started having this discussion relative to Confire, and I think are declaring a local emergency on our EMS as it relates to COVID. Do you remember when we started having these conversations?
2020.
2020. Confire has been in existence for a while.
Decades, yeah.
Okay, so we're looking into it because of some EMS shortcomings.
So the ambulance, the emergency medical services delivery system has not gone out for competitive bid in decades. So probably not good for government to not ever have a competitive bid for private business giving a service. Sorry. And so it has not gone out to competitive bid for decades. So it went to grand jury to push the issue, and the fire chief's been driving this because of the quality of product we've gotten has declined rapidly in the last couple of years, but it's been declining for the last couple decades. And it came to a head once we hit the pandemic that, You're not getting an ambulance showing up, you're not getting paramedics, and that's the product that's been allowed to happen. So the county did listen. They gave, input was given from the fire chiefs, county fire chiefs, that model to help write the RFP. Here's what we deserve. On the backside, we have put in a organization with Confire to submit that request for proposal that's going to give a product that nobody else can match. It's going to give that appropriate staffing levels with a surge capacity to provide appropriate EMS that I want for our citizens. So it has nothing to do with dispatch. This is actually for emergency medical services, so ambulance service. There's more to it than that. There's interfacility transports. There's all these other models, community paramedicine, that we will bring that are not here because it is for patient driven. So no, our public safety answering point won't change. Confire does dispatch. That's a different division. This would be for EMS. So CAL FIRE, you call 911 from the phone right there. It's going to go to our PSAP up there. The dates, yes, was an extension. And yes, this would provide you paramedics that we would have local control and a say over. And so the pension liabilities will be for Confire JPA members. So there's a minimal overhead to operate that JPA. This wouldn't be to provide any more public safety folks as far as EMS is concerned. That would be done through like a third-party provider that we are all vetting out.
Understood. Have you guys been transporting patients on your fire engines?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
Absolutely.
Is that safe?
Yes.
Safer than the alternative?
Safer than the alternative,
Okay, so
absolutely. Is it designed for that? Absolutely not. So
do you have the capability of doing all those things that an ambulance should be doing in your fire engine?
we don't.
Okay.
And we don't have any control over it too. It comes through the county. So if I say, hey, I want this, okay. And we don't get anything. So we just ask for a timely response and we can't get that. And you see our data, our ambulance response time should be in the 90 percentile, and we're trending at that like 75, 77 percentile just to be on time for timely ambulance paramedic.
You transported an old mentor and friend of mine who was having a stroke in a fire truck. How long did you wait before you decided to make that decision?
About 20 minutes, 25 minutes when we hit at the 20, 25 minute mark and ambulance hadn't even been assigned to the call yet.
So thank you for saving lives. I appreciate that.
And because of his size, we had to transport him by private vehicle because we're going to do what's right for the patient.
So the other speaker's point, we did issue a letter of intent back in December that we were interested in seeing how this would play out. Did we cut them a check already? I was made to believe that we were due, that was due in February. Did they make an extension for us?
Yeah, we've been extended to this meeting so we could meet those deadlines.
Okay. So in your expert opinion as our fire chief, do we need to join Confire?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It would be the best thing for our citizens and the citizens of all the representative. And I think it speaks a lot of volumes when 11 different agencies representing 13 cities all have the same shared vision.
Okay. I want to ask Lieutenant Scoville a quick question if you'll allow him to come to the podium. Sorry, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Have your deputies been reporting up the chain to you that they've been seeing a problem with ambulances not arriving in a timely manner on critical incidents?
We have, as far as traffic collisions and stuff, it's been extended timeframes.
Okay. It's kind of a safety issue we need to be concerned with, yeah?
Yes.
That's all I have for you. Thank you, sir. Is there any questions of staff?
I have a question. So this is not the first time that we, as a council, has discussed this. I remember discussing this with the previous city council as well. Is that true?
Yeah, it's been in the works, but then the request for proposal went live in December. So we had basically 90 days to submit a proposal. So it happened very fast.
But the previous city council moved this along.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
The previous public safety committee as well,
Correct.
with the former mayor joined on this matter as well. Any other questions of city staff?
Yeah, I have some questions, actually quite a few. How will we fund this?
So we wouldn't fund it necessarily. We would join Confire, and then there's a lot. I kind of defer to the city attorney here. I know we're kind of under NDAs just because of the proposal's not come to fruition yet. but it would be upfront funded by the third-party provider, and then they would be reimbursed through the JPA. So there would be that contract agency of the 41,000, and other than that, there would not be a cost associated with it. Through the financial consulting entity, it's showing that we would conservatively, revenues would exceed cost, where we would actually offset some of our current deficit.
So what happens, or do we assume the cost if someone leaves Confire? Do we have to pay extra for that? How does that work?
No, because then the contract with the third-party provider would already be set, so that revenue would now be basically distributed to the contract agencies and not the allied agencies. So there'd really be no reason for them to leave, but they did, there wouldn't be any increased like liability to us. It'd only be potential more reimbursement essentially. If that makes sense.
If a lawsuit happens, who pays that?
That's defer that to our city attorney here.
So the preferred third-party administrator who's going to be running the program and Confire are going to be responsible for administering the program and defending and indemnifying the agencies. It's going to be very similar to the setup you have now. Right now, you have the county, they contract with a provider. Now you're going to have Confire, and they're going to be contracting with the provider. So mostly we're looking for service level enhancement. As you heard from the mayor, we're having real difficulties with ambulance transport, not just in the city of Yucaipa, but in basically every community throughout the state. And the city of Yucaipa and those others that are joining with Confire are actually on the cutting edge of trying to address it.
So we have to pay for the insurance and the workman's comp costs on this?
So
that what I'm saying?
The JPA is going to have its own budget. This JPA is going to be very similar to a lot of the other joint powers authorities that the city participates in. For example, Omnitrans, San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, things like that. The obligations are going to be that of the JPA. The specific reference that the public speaker made as to essentially pension liabilities, that's an addition of state law that's gone into play. But as the chief mentioned, there are going to be very few actual employees of Confire.
How much is the unfunded liability on this? Do we even know?
I don't have that number. The chief
Yeah,
might
it's not
have it.
we don't have that projection yet because the proposal is still being built for submission, but it's minimal, like I said, it's minimal overhead for the JPA to administer the subcontractor essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Questions of staff? Is there a motion to approve?
I motion.
First and a second?
Mayor?
Doctor? We have another public speaker. Dr. Wong, I apologize.
You don't need to. I just want to make a comment that because of COVID and the things that have gone on, and we only option that the county supervisors have agreed to, so we don't have a lot of backup. So what the fire department is talking about gives us that additional ability, because right now, the one company that the county contracts with is short on personnel and short on response. So the response time is very poor throughout the county at this time. I'm concerned about the legalities, but that's up to the city attorney. And the 5 years is a lot, but right now, at the moment, we really need this in order to accomplish the response times that we need. So that's just my comment.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it is certainly scary. All right, sorry, Ms. Crawford. So we have a first to my left and a second to my right. Mayor Pro Tem Duncan and Councilman Venable. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Chief Malinowski, you're up again. City of Yucaipa externship agreement with San Bernardino Community College District.
So for over 40 years, we've had a reserve firefighter program here in the city. This program allows a streamlined process that takes young and eager college students and provides them on-the-job training as well as the required certifications for an entry-level job. So fire is a little different than law enforcement, where you got to get everything on your own volition and then you get a job. So in 2019, the program became a college externship, something I brought to the city. And it was a great benefit to the city. It allowed us to maintain the same program, operate the same way, but it shifted all the financial burden, the professional medical liability, and everything went to the college. So we basically reaped the benefit without any of the responsibility. And it also allowed our reserve firefighters to get college credit towards their fire technology degree and priority enrollment in fire and EMS courses over folks who weren't in a program like this. When our firefighters complete this 2-year program, they essentially leave with a state fire marshal, firefighter 1, firefighter 2, EMT, and fire academy. And we did start that with Victor Valley College. We obviously wanted to go to Crafton Hills College, but they were unable to support at the time. And in 2022, Victorville notified us they wouldn't be able to support the program. Thankfully, Crafton Hills College, through the San Bernardino Community College District, has been able to change their stance since then, and they can fully support the program. We have had an extern MOU with Crafton Hills College for since the incorporation of the city for paramedics. This would essentially, we're modifying that agreement to add the fire students, and this would encompass both firefighter and paramedics. So fully support this decision. I think it'll be great for us to partner with Crafton where it should have been in the first place. And that's all I have for you unless you have questions.
Thank you, Chief. Questions of staff? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Landon Kern, let's talk about pavement management program.
Let's talk about it. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. This is an item before you to provide an update for our 2023-24 pavement management plan, essentially to go over the work that's been completed since the last 5-year update in 2018 and looking forward to the next year of streets that are recommended. So we'll begin with a little background, starting in 1998 when the pavement management program was initially prepared and adopted by council, encompassing the city's maintenance of its street network, and the intent was to update that on an annual basis. And every 5 years, a citywide analysis is performed, and the data that's collected through that, what we call the recalibration effort, is used as the basis for prioritizing our street rehabilitation and maintenance projects. The last 5-year analysis, as previously mentioned, was performed in 2018, and it uses a combination of measurements, usually using specialized equipment that's vehicle mounted. You see one of the equipment that was used for that 2018 effort there, and essentially goes around citywide and assesses the streets with some surface and subsurface level measurements, ultimately yielding in a rating for each and every street that's referred to as the Pavement Condition Index, the PCI, and that is a 0 to 100 scale, the higher scale being the newer, better conditioned streets, and of course the lower being the poorer conditioned streets. And in 2018, in order to prioritize the maintenance of our streets, council adopted a PCI thresholds for the various street categories here that are listed on the screen before you. The industry standard being 60 or greater, with the national average being between 60 and 65. So you see that second column there with the PCI for the different street classifications. And then the third column is the backlog. Take a moment to explain what that term means. The backlog column on this table represents the percentage of streets that are in the poor category, so the PCI 40 or lower. The industry standard for backlog is the target of being 12% or lower. So this is the thresholds that were adopted by council. Next here, this table shows the PCI and backlog here in the city of Yucaipa. for those 3 categories. Our PCI, as you notice here, for each category exceeds that industry standard of 60, with our PCIs being at the upper range for those national averages between 60 and 65. And you'll notice the residential streets was a little bit on the lower end, and that was part of the reason why the emphasis was placed in the prior years on more rehab on residential streets to essentially make sure that we're targeting that backlog goal as well as achieving that overall PCI target to exceed that industry standard. Next here, just the purpose of the update tonight is to update on maintenance projects that have been completed over the last 5 years and to approve the upcoming streets for the upcoming fiscal year 23-24. And as a part of the annual budget process, this allows us to work this part of our maintenance program into that budget cycle. Here on the screen before you, you'll see the proposed funding revenue sources, which is overall summarized on page 382 of the agenda packet, and this essentially outlines the funding sources for the fiscal year 23-24, combination of fees, local and regional tax revenues, interagency agreements, as well as general fund contributions. And the proposed 23-24 PMP funding is in the amount of just over $3 million, with future years proposing similar amounts, annual amounts, as in Exhibit C of the Pavement Management Program update report. You can find detailed on page 396 of that packet. The proposed 23-24 streets for this next annual round of streets we're recommending are based on the combination of the factors, primarily being that scientific conclusion of that citywide analysis for the PCI, but also factoring in the traffic volumes, local economic development that's underway, CIP projects that may be happening in the future that may be reasons for deferring or getting maintenance done sooner or later. The proposed methods of rehab are consistent with prior years, which include a combination of a full grind and overlay, an edge mill and overlay, as well as microsurfacing. In the past several years, we've been able to see the market change a little bit and have the little heavier, more durable microsurfacing be more comparable to what we were doing in prior years as slurry seal. So we've been able to maintain and recommend the microsurfacing, and we've seen that perform well. So we're incorporating that once again into our program that we're recommending for the next fiscal year. It's also important to note that staff has been utilizing data from the input we're receiving from the community, phone calls, emails. We're getting a lot more action on our city mobile app, and so we're able to incorporate that input into our program. We're looking forward to continuing that as we move forward and making sure that we're also not just taking the science, but also seeing what's changing on a day-to-day basis in the field. Additionally, with each PMP cycle and the associated rehabilitation projects, we work very closely with all the utility agencies that are performing maintenance or CIP projects in town. And from time to time, we get the opportunity to partner with them, and they're able to contribute funding to our program in the case where they get out in front, and we can incorporate the overlay after instead of their trench repair. So we always budget, in this case, $40,000 next year for anticipated pavement maintenance agreements with agencies like the Yucaipa Valley Water District, or even agencies where our jurisdictions overlap a little bit, where they may be extending a rehab street into Yucaipa. Here before you, this first exhibit shows the approved streets with the fiscal year 22-23, combination of that full the grind and overlay or edge mill and overlay, as well as the microsurfacing. And next is a map showing the proposed streets to be completed in 23-24, and the agenda packet does have a list of these streets. It's a little bit difficult to see on the screen before you, but the list of streets is proposed with the report. Again, once again, the same method of treatment with the grind and overlay and microsurfacing. And finally, here we have the prior years that have been completed up through 22, 23 with that list of approved streets there. And I'll close with highlighting that our 5-year recalibration effort is being initiated right now. We're underway. We're moving forward with that analysis. So you'll be probably seeing some equipment through town as we begin that effort and work toward a new citywide analysis to help us come before you and evaluate those results, work with the community on input, and incorporate perhaps a little bit more involvement at this level before we enter into the next budget cycle. So that process will take some time, but you will see some equipment as we enter into that recalibration effort. And with that, staff is recommending that the City Council review and approve the 2023-2024 PMP update and approve the recommended pavement maintenance and rehabilitation projects for 23-24. And we would be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of staff?
When we do the test for the street to see what condition it's in, does that take into consideration the striping and painting of the roadway as well, or that's different?
The 5-year recalibration focuses on, there's about a third of the analysis focuses on the surface level distress, and 2/3 of it is a little bit deeper, the subsurface distress. So that effort is primarily on pavement performance.
So if approved tonight, we're going to be approving $3 million worth of pavement maintenance and management over the next year. And last year we did 3.2 million. So we're investing money into our roads. It's a priority for us. So I'm excited for our city staff to get that information out there, to be in front of it, to highlight the good work that you guys are doing, because you're doing great work. It's just we have a lot of roads. We're not a small city, and it takes time to get to, but we're being aggressive with it. So outstanding work, great report. If there's no further questions of staff,
I'll move approval.
perfect. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 16, relative but different discussion by Mr. Chris Mann, discussion and direction regarding on-call pothole repair.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I will be presenting this item. For this item, city staff is seeking direction from City Council on whether to issue a RFP for on-call pothole and asphalt repairs. The item that Council just took action on, the pavement management program update, it does include efforts to rehabilitate and maintain streets. This specific item is to address potholes and other more significant asphalt repairs. As you're aware, city asphalt streets experience wear and tear, specifically from the weather, as you've seen over the last few months with the rain that we've had. Those significant rain events have resulted in the public reporting many potholes throughout the city. Currently, the city does have several contractors under contract for emergency response, and one of them does have the ability to do paving, but what staff is seeking here is a direction from council to issue an RFP for on-call potholes from a pavement contractor specifically. Public Works staff does have the ability, and with the equipment that we recently purchased, have the ability to address some of those potholes as part of our day-to-day basis, but going through a request for proposal process to seek these vendors and having multiple vendors on hand will provide a improved response time and may actually result in cost savings due to the competitive nature of the RFP process. Additional benefits would include, the access to readily access to these contractors, these pavement contractors and their equipment, the equipment that they have. And as I mentioned, it could result in a cost savings due to the competitive nature of the RFP process, and also having multiple vendors on standby would improve that responsiveness that I mentioned earlier. The current approved fiscal year 22-23 budget does have, does include funding in the amount of $50,000 for these types of pothole and asphalt repairs. So those funds could be used to fund these services that are being requested. So staff recommends that City Council provide direction on this matter, and if approved, staff will begin the RFP process for these services. That concludes my report.
Great report. So what is the current method that the members of the community have who, I mean, admittedly, we have 56,000 sets of eyes and ears to go out there and report it back to us, problems in the community. What is our current method by which they can report problems in roadways to City Hall?
The most common method is using our City of Yucaipa mobile app, and those reports will go directly into our database, but we do also receive emails and phone calls, and on certain occasions, people will visit the Public Works counter and report these, but the most common reporting tool is the Yucaipa app, the mobile app.
Was it See, Snap, Fix? What is it? Chris, help me out here.
Mr. Mayor, there is a product called C-Click Fix.
C-Click Fix.
However, the City of Yucaipa does have an app that functions largely the same way. If a resident sees a problem, like a pothole, they can take a picture of that. It geotags the location and sends it to City Hall. The idea would be to really get the word out about that app, because I think not enough people know about that app. And then pair that technology with this ability to have multiple vendors under contract that as soon as that comes in, information goes out, we get bids right away, and hopefully within 24 to 48 hours from the time someone takes a picture of the issue, they see someone on scene fixing it. That would be phenomenal.
Perfect. Okay, is there any questions of staff?
Mayor, I just wanted to add a comment from the legal side, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
I did bring this proposed project to the attention of the city's JPA, our insurance carrier. They're excited that the city is going in this direction. They see it as a significant way of reducing liability. I can tell you that the city does have one pothole repair company on call right now. Having multiple vendors has been used in other cities to very successfully get things done much quicker, which will make the liability folks happy.
So we're not paying more. The pothole's still gonna get fixed. We're just having more people.
No, you just actually are introducing a little bit of competition to the process.
Competitive capitalism.
After a rainstorm, the vendors who are out there who do pothole repair are very busy.
Sure.
And if you have one vendor, they may already have a bunch of jobs lined up. So having the ability to go to 3 different vendors, say who's available to get this done today, will reduce liability by getting those potholes repaired faster. And obviously, better for the residents.
Absolutely. Councilman Thorpe.
If we do this and you have a list of people that are on that call-out sheet, so to speak, to come out and make those repairs, in their contract or in their agreement, will there be a time frame that they're required to respond to it? So not just hopefully in 24 or 48 hours, but they have a 12-hour window they have to respond to it. If they can't respond to it, they get bumped to the bottom of the list, and number 2 jumps to the top, and he can now respond.
So we're going to craft the RFP. We're going to go through a couple different models to see what we think will work best. But for those law enforcement professionals up on the dais, I think you could compare it to maybe a tow services contract, which is, we get on the line with whoever's number 1 on the list. Can you get out here? No? All right, you're now on the bottom. Number 2, can you get out here? And I think that, one of the things to maybe our more construction-minded people on the dais, one of the things we can look at is a rapid mobilization cost. If we're going to have multiple potholes repaired on the same day, can we get you out here today? We can have a rapid mobilization line item for that type of service so that people could, the goal is to get them repaired as soon as possible.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion, we approve.
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. All right, moving on to item number 17. This is a public hearing. So I will open the public hearing for item number 17, the annual adjustment of development impact fees. This is continued from January 23rd, 2023.
All right.
Mr. Matlock.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm happy to be here to discuss the city's development impact fee program. Since we do have some new council members, kind of fundamentally, the DIF program is meant to pay for infrastructure as the city reaches build out. So we have the total infrastructure kind of listed out of what the city needs as we reach our kind of 30-year build out projection. And then we kind of assess what is that new development that would be built, essentially dividing that cost and creating kind of the fair share related to those fees. The city's development impact fee program covers 5 different categories, including traffic, drainage, park facilities, public facilities, and then our fire needs as well. And then I'm sure as members of the public are aware, there's also outside agency fees, including water, sewer, and schools are provided by their respective utility companies as well, and the school district. Now, this DIF update is kind of unique or kind of a change from past years, but I'll get into kind of the summary. We end up being about the same as we were in prior years, but it's a little bit of a different methodology. So there was a new state law, AB 602, that really updated some of the nexus study requirements. So the purpose of the development impact fee is there has to be a reasonable relationship to the fee that you're assessing to the development impact that's creating the need for that fee. And so you have to make sure that those sync up or that there's some sort of science behind why the fee is being assessed where it is. However, AB 602 kind of took a step further and really as part of the housing crisis is looking at how cities assess fees towards residential development, making sure that those numbers or the methodology is current. And then one of the more unique things, at least for the city, is it requires a per square foot calibration. So the city's development impact fee would assess homes on a per square foot basis versus a dwelling unit basis, which is how the city had historically done our fees. Part of it is that it kind of recognizes a 1,000 square foot home, for example, doesn't have the same level of impact of a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot house, and so it provides a little bit more of that adjustability. However, with that methodology change, we hadn't been calculating it that way. Our system or our program that we did those fees calculation originated in '92 when the city first adopted its development impact fee program, and so it wasn't set up to do that. And then with the new Nexus study updates, the city did contract out to DTA to provide a Nexus study update and really help us get to that per unit square foot kind of change with the development impact fee program. Now, as council members are aware, we also annually try to adjust our fees just to make sure that we're staying up to date. So if there's any changes that we know towards the build out of the city or infrastructure costs or construction cost changes, that we're keeping that up to date so that every year we're always kind of rolling a most current version of the development impact fee rather than waiting decades and going, okay, we have this big massive change that's happening now. And so that was part of this program as well, as we made sure that those annual updates were made. Most important one kind of for council is the construction cost index was 5.7% this year. And so that does impact some of the infrastructure needs, making sure that those numbers keep pace. So what we expect for certain projects that have been built or to be built, that we're keeping pace with that. And then any general plan changes as well. So as part of the housing element update that the city council approved a couple months ago, some of those numbers or changes for the build out intensity were also calibrated into the development impact fee program as well. Now, as part of it, I do have a slide that kind of shows the diff fees and kind of what the different breakdowns are. They're set up either by per square foot for residential or per 1,000 square feet of for commercial and industrial projects. And then we're kind of cover just quickly the comparison from last year to this year. As I mentioned, while we do have a new methodology and kind of some new updates in the Nexus study, the fees end up kind of tracking pretty consistently with how it was in the past. So we were doing things correctly. We've updated the numbers to make sure that we're meeting the statutory requirements of the state, but in overall impact, we're not seeing massive changes from that. And actually, in fact, the residential fees for what was used as the assessment in the past was 2,000 square feet on a 10,000 square foot lot size. You actually see a small reduction in the residential fee category as well. And then going forward in the way that the table and model that was provided in the agenda packet, it does assess kind of the average, which is 2260, so it's a little bit higher for that one, but taking kind of apples to apples comparison, we actually see a reduction on the residential fee. The commercial fees do see there was a little bit of change, but I think I did the wrong copy on that. There was a change with the commercial fees as well, where they did go up a little bit, and so that number itself should have been, for commercial would have been $90,564.33. And then in terms of industrial fees, they actually saw a slight reduction going down. Part of the changes of the fees was assessing both kind of the overall trips that are generated, including a modification for industrial uses with the larger trucks that they have, and making sure that that accounts for that as well as the build out. And then kind of the last component with the development impact fee is we like to kind of keep pace with our neighbors, at least seeing what they're doing. The comparison of what, City of Redlands or City of Calamasa does for their fees isn't the basis for what our fee should be. But it's always helpful to know, are we competitive? Are we meeting that? Or are we going to be the most expensive city where you really can't do anything? And so overall, as part of the city development impact fee, what we charge specifically for the services that are part of that program, we are competitive in both commercial and residential fees. I do want to note as well, our residential fees do end up coming up towards the higher end, but that's with the school, water, and sewer fees. Part of it is the school fees, for example. They assess the full highest rate that they can. There isn't a community facility district that offsets those fees that would apply to new development, so the kind of out-of-pocket costs of a developer ends up being higher as a result of that. And then the water and sewer as well for the infrastructure, and we are a little bit unique that we do have 3 different water purveyors in Yucaipa as well. And so it does make a little bit of a changes on how the numbers end up being for different developers in different parts of the city. And then one thing I do want to note as well, and the comparison I do have is based on what was the 2021 fees of those cities, including the 8.7 CPI that was at that year. This year is actually, I did not include the new numbers. They are actually going through their updates as well. We happened to get through the process, I think, a lot quicker than our surrounding cities to make sure that we were in compliance with state law. And so as a comparison, here's the residential fees for the city. As you see in the bold, those are all the cities that are more expensive than us. So there's only 2 of the surrounding cities that have slightly lower fees, and one of them is, pretty heavily low. But then the other one is actually, pretty nominal change. And then certainly once we see what the updates will be with their new methodology, where they come in line. And then in terms of commercial and industrial, we also remain competitive. And so with that, that concludes my presentation, but happy to answer any questions. As part of the agenda packet, and then the report does include kind of the Nexus study update document that was provided by DTA. And then I have Fun Excel tables that help mesh everything together. One thing I do want to note as well with the tables is we did set it up to be a bit more comprehensive in the layout and to also streamline some of the data connectivity to other programs. Historically, it was you had to manually enter in different numbers and combine different categories from what engineering has for different facilities. And so in this case, it's been much more streamlined to really make sure that there's less errors of data entry that could occur as well. So everything links much more effectively.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions of city staff?
So we're increasing our fees by 5.7%?
No, so most of the fees don't change by that much. Part of it is the number of projects that need to be built remain the same, and then with some of the minor general plan amendments, like with the housing element update, that increases the number of units that could split that cost. And so other than commercial fees, where there was a little bit more of the traffic analysis on that build out, all the fees remain pretty much the same or consistent with what they were in prior years. So,
Any other questions of staff? Make sure I do this the right way. Is there anybody that would like to speak on the matter? Is that sufficient time? Okay, we'll get in trouble. I'm going to close the public hearing then, and we'll go council discussion. Any thoughts?
I'm good with it.
All right, I hear a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion from Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, second from Councilman Venable. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. I did miss something. I'm gonna go back. Is there any possible action on pending legislation that you have? I skipped right over that there, Mr. City Manager.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, item number 18. This is I'm excited to see these. This makes me happy. So let's go to item number 18, discussion direction regarding aggressive soliciting ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have because my voice is deteriorating quickly, I'm going to have the city attorney handle most of the next items, but I did want to point out that items 18, 19, and 20 are all study session items for discussion and designed primarily to begin getting a little bit more serious about combating the homeless issue in Yucaipa. Curious to hear what the council's thoughts are on these items and what direction you'd like us to take. Based on how the discussion goes this evening, if each of these items are things that the council would like us to move on, then we will go back and draft ordinances that address these. But I will hand this off to the city attorney.
Real quick.
Yes, sir.
I did ask that these come before council like 18 months ago, so I'm happy they're here.
I'm sorry that they've been on my desk that long.
Yeah. I got to clarify something, though. I did not ask these to come before us because I want to combat homelessness. These, I don't believe, will combat homelessness. This is specifically homeless criminality. I don't care if you're homeless, but you will obey the laws in the city of Yucaipa, whether you live in a mansion or you live in a box. And quite frankly, our municipal code, in my mind, doesn't have the teeth that our sheriff's deputies need to differentiate between, well, it wasn't quite a robbery. He was just really pushy on trying to intimidate, a little old lady into giving her money. Well, now we have something we can address that with. So I couldn't be more thrilled. So I'm excited to hear him and get down to business. Sir?
Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor. As the city manager mentioned, the next three items are all three quality of life ordinances that the city council, or the mayor had indicated that city council had been looking forward to having a discussion on for some time. Fortunately, these are three areas of the law that I have extensive experience with. Actually, I think one of my first assignments as a deputy city attorney was prosecuting panhandling cases and illegal vendor cases many years ago. There's been a lot of change in the law in these areas, not just recently, but I'd say over the last couple of decades. One of the first jobs of a night watchman and then later a police officer was to maintain order in towns and villages throughout our country. And over the past several decades, there's been a change in the legal understanding of that relationship between communal life, and I think to be free of nuisances, and individual rights. Now the emphasis is on individual rights. Court case after court case after court case comes back and further restricts the abilities of communities to be free from these type of nuisance behaviors. I don't think any individual case of panhandling or obstructing a city park in of itself, that one incident, is particularly worrisome. What I do think is worrisome as your city attorney and as a person who cares a great deal for this city and others is when you have a constant culture of these types of nuisance behaviors occurring and they're not being challenged by the city. I think it's very easy as a city attorney to throw your hands up in the air and say, there's nothing we can do. There are things you can do. Each of the ordinances that you have in front of you, and we're going to start with the aggressive solicitation ordinance, these are essentially best practices currently based on the law as it stands today. I can't promise that the law is not going to change tomorrow or next year or a couple years after that, but it's one of the reasons why you pay professional staff to keep your municipal code up to date. And the municipal code in these areas, unfortunately, has not been kept up to date. So looking at the aggressive solicitation ordinance you have in front of you, I provided a staff report that talks about the general ideas. We can't ban solicitation, and when I talk about solicitation, there's a couple different kinds of solicitation. I'm talking about essentially charitable solicitation or panhandling, which is the immediate request for money. The Supreme Court has held that asking for money is a protected First Amendment activity. And I think that, you can think of a lot of different kind of contexts where, someone out there soliciting for a charitable contribution or something like that wouldn't be particularly offensive or a nuisance behavior. We're not targeting general solicitation here. We're targeting aggressive solicitation. So that is either the manner in which money is being requested, and so it's being requested in an aggressive way, where the person who is being asked to provide money is reasonably in fear that I better give it up, right? And so, the mayor, you spoke about, someone approaching maybe an elderly person in a dark parking lot. That would be very difficult for them to say no. They might think I'm going to get robbed if I don't provide some money. So the manner in which it's being requested, and then there's also specific locations that are outlined that we can talk about. So it can be near an ATM machine, right? You go up to an ATM machine, you pull out some cash, someone's standing right behind you, right? They just saw you put money in your wallet. You may feel intimidated into providing some kind of contribution. And then there are others that, because of the location, there's a safety hazard, right? So we're talking about medians, we're talking about near intersections. Roundabouts maybe should be on the list. So those are the kinds of conversations that we wanted to have with the council. I provided an example ordinance. This is one that my law firm and I drafted last year for the city of Hemet City Council, who was also very concerned about similar issues that were happening in their community. And so if you look through it, you can see what the definition of aggressive solicitation or aggressive manner means. It's on page 517 of your backup. You can also look at places where solicitation is prohibited generally. So that includes ATMs, financial institutions, parking lots, public transportation vehicles and stops. So our bus, I don't know what we call it.
Depot.
Transit center, the giant bus stop next to City Hall. Gasoline stations, you're stuck there at the pump, right? You can't go anywhere. Driveways that are accessing retail centers, and then medians were some of the big ones. If there are other locations that the council is particularly concerned about, we can research whether it be defensible. Otherwise, we can craft an ordinance substantially similar to this one and bring it forward at a future meeting.
Deputy. Oh, you're not deputy right now. How about law enforcement guy? Do you have any thoughts on the matter?
I like the idea, and I know you're not talking about general soliciting, but one thing I want to keep in mind is that, and I don't see it in this, we want to make sure that we don't have some unintended consequences with something of this nature. Something like the Girl Scouts selling cookies out in front of the store. Or you have a petition that's being signed for sales tax on our gas or whatever, things of that nature. Sometimes people are sitting out there, they've gotten permission to be out in front of the store maybe. Obviously
so I think in terms of if you're looking at unintended consequences, the Girl Scout cookies are unlikely to come under this ordinance. Sidewalk vendors, unfortunately, they may fall under that one, so we'll have to look at that at a future date. In terms of signing a petition, no one's asking for you to give money at that point. They're asking for your signature on a petition.
True.
So I don't think it would fall under this. The classic case that you'd be looking at is the Salvation Army Santa Claus, right? And so I don't find the ringing of the bell particularly aggressive. I have seen some that really get into it. But none of the language here would prohibit where I generally expect to see that type of behavior, which is in front of a retail store that gets a lot of traffic. I want to tell you, so not just this ordinance is one piece of a puzzle, as, like I said, our law enforcement councilors know, but for the public and for everyone else, you're going to want to have this ordinance on place, and then we're going to want to have a robust no trespassing letter program that we have on file with the Sheriff's Department, our Yucaipa Police Department, so that they have the tools to immediately enforce no trespassing. There's actually I know you asked about state legislation. There is actually state legislation that's currently being proposed, and we can get the council information on that would extend the term of those no trespassing letters from 1 year to 3 years, which I know would be really helpful for running that kind of program. And then look, you combine it with It's Okay to Say No to Panhandling campaign. You take this ordinance, you build on it. It doesn't sit alone as an island.
And I think also, maybe just to address the councilman's concern, just specific wording that says without the explicit permission of, Vons. If they wanted to let Salvation Army set up shop while ringing a bell, they're working in conjunction with a private property who's allowing it to happen. Now we're going back to capitalism. If you don't like that, you can go to Stater Brothers or Aldi's type thing. So
you'd like us to add language in here. So for example, looking on page 519, solicitation prohibited at specified locations. Do you want it to say without the express written permission of the owner?
That would make me feel more comfortable.
So if a bank wants somebody to solicit next to their ATM, they can? I mean, some of the banks might need the donations at this point, from what I hear.
You know, I don't, yeah, Silicon Valley could use all the help they can get. All right. So, I think it would alleviate it, right? Because I don't know of any financial institution that's going to say to the shady character of the underbelly of society, you can go ahead and go out there and
So I would say
solicit my
for
patrons.
me, I always try to draft ordinances that are as easy to enforce as possible on both the law enforcement personnel and also a potential prosecutor. I think if you add that, you've just added an additional element to the offense that needs to be proven, which is that they don't have the explicit permission of the owner. It's hard to prove a negative. I think it's easier just to say you can't do it in your ATMs, but of course, if you want to,
I suppose if we're building on, if we can anticipate positive, reaction from the council, from the community on ordinances that help our quality of life, and we have potentially in the near future a trespassing letter ordinance as well that we can lean on, so that now you're not just panhandling, you're also in violation of a trespassing letter that we've had on file with the Chapmans at the Vaughn Shopping Center. I don't think we're going to see that unforeseen consequence.
And we may not, depending on who interprets it or who looks at it, I mean, I've used the Girl Scouts, I don't think they're gonna be out there trying to thump people over the head to give them money, but I wanna make sure that, we're not putting things out there that makes it more difficult for our upcoming kids that wanna learn entrepreneurial things and trying to figure out ways to make money and whatnot, that we're not making it harder on them, like you can't even do a lemonade stand anymore, almost.
These are going to be, I mean,
I can add the language if the council wants. I just, like I said, it's me just trying to make my life easy a year and a half from now.
So-
But I can understand that making my life easy also involves not prosecuting Girl Scouts, so.
I have experience on enforcing this type of ordinance. We don't have that issue because it is complaint. Like, while I have the authority as the peace officer for that city, given the city, our deputies are contracted employees to enforce our city ordinance. I don't do that unless I get a call saying, hey, this is happening, right? So I can't imagine one of our deputies is gonna go and jam up Santa Claus for ringing the bell without somebody saying, hey, this is a violation of the ordinance. Now, I suppose it's there, in which case we can say that, well, that's not an aggressive, I think the wording is actually really good. When I read the first part of it, solicitation in a manner that is intimidating, threatening, or harassing. Those words by themselves are all spelled out in the California State Penal Code, so I don't think it's open for interpretation. Ringing a bell certainly is not there, nor is asking if I'd like a box of Thin Mints, although I'm quite certain that they use the most adorable little girls possible to melt my heart in order to make me buy the cookies when they know I'm at my weakest state. But I don't think that also would be considered aggressive panhandling or soliciting. So I actually think, now that we talked about it, I think it's actually good as is. I don't think we're going to have that unforeseen consequence because those three words, intimidating, threatening, or harassing, pretty much sum up what we were trying to avoid, I think.
I would concur with that, Mayor. And then, like I said, combine it with the no trespassing letter. You can include the no trespassing letters in your annual business license renewal packet that goes out. That's one way to get additional participation, work with your Chamber of Commerce. You'd be surprised at how quickly you can essentially get your entire commercial area signed up for that kind of thing. And since it's an annual basis, doing it with the business license is one effective way to make sure you always have a valid letter on file.
So this being a study session, do we need to vote on this, or are you just looking for direction?
So you can vote to direct City Attorney's Office to draft an ordinance substantially in conformity with the attachment that you have. I haven't heard any directions on big amendments that you want. You can just do it by consensus, and I'll look at me and nod that that's something you want to do.
You agree with it?
Either way is fine.
I like it the
Absolutely.
way it's
I
written.
love this thing.
There's consensus.
Okay.
Moving forward.
All right, we will bring forward an ordinance on this at our earliest opportunity.
Perfect.
Okay, do you want me to move on to 19, Mayor?
Please.
I think, City Manager, you still want me covering these? Yes, please. Okay. So this was one that I believe the mayor had specifically requested to have a discussion on. This one might garner a little bit more robust conversation because I think, we're talking about something that maybe people are accustomed to being able to do, which is smoking in public. So what we have here is essentially talking about ending smoking in most public places in the city of Yucaipa. And so we define that to include city buildings and facilities like the YPAC. We define that to include parks and community centers. I would like to note that there's already a rule, I was told this, there's already a rule that you're not allowed to smoke in Yucaipa parks, but we're gonna beef that up by adding other places as well. We're gonna talk about buses and transit stops. And so, you know, this is, I think, open to discussion where the city council wants to go with it. You'll notice that I do not have an example ordinance from one of my client cities attached to this. While I have done ordinances prohibiting smoking cannabis in public places, I've not drafted a tobacco smoking ordinance myself. But I did do research on other local jurisdictions. I found this, and you'll actually find that the definition of smoking that's contained within Riverside's ordinance is broad enough that it would include vaping. It would also include cannabis products. So something to look at, again, just to discuss, just for discussion. If there's a different direction that you guys would like to go, please just let us know. It's up for you guys to discuss.
So the Civil Review Board, in working with the school district, brought this up, the vaping issue up at the last CRB meeting that myself and Councilman Venable attended, and it is an issue that they're facing with these students. Some, I don't know if you've seen some of these high school students nowadays, they don't look like they're 18 years old. They look like they could be 25. So it's hard for our deputies to say that that guy shouldn't be smoking. He might look like he actually is old enough to. So now we have to ask what kind of justification he has to check on that, you know, in close proximity to high school, you know, right after school hours let out. I think if we give our officers, our deputies, these tools to, you can't smoke in the city. That, in cooperation with our Health of Yucaipa, and our Dr. Wong's back there, I would love to see. I worked in Loma Linda at Loma Linda's a blue zone. It's a healthy city. People live longer. This is an ordinance that they have in their city. You can't smoke in the city of Loma Linda, and they actually have it a little bit further to where you can't smoke on properties accessible to the public during business hours. So the State of Brothers parking lot, it's accessible to the public. You shouldn't have to be able to park. You shouldn't park your car, and as you're loading your groceries up with your, 5-month-old sitting in the seat, have the person next to you, going and smoking some Pall Mall. So.
What does that do to our festivals, though? How about the rodeo that's coming up? Well, what does that do to our rodeo?
Well,
There's a lot of cowboys that smoke.
But we don't smoke in the rodeo. It's a U City Park, right? It's a violation of our city ordinance already. That's not even a new one.
Well, if it's in a park, it would likely be a violation of the ordinance already. Mayor Pro
It is a
Tem.
park, correct? The Dottie, yeah.
So
I don't want to be the one that tells the Cowboys.
The Cowboys are putting
But-
chew in their mouth is what they're doing. They're
But
not-
someone's going to have to.
yeah, but the music and arts, what about the music and arts festival? So they're not allowed to smoke in the city of Yucaipa at all?
You gotta speak into the microphone.
So they're not allowed to smoke in the city of Yucaipa at all?
Well, that's what the discussion's for. If there are specific types of events, if there are specific places that you feel it's inappropriate to have this kind of ordinance, I'm looking for direction on where you'd like to go. Look, I love smoking a cigar myself. I think it'd be kind of hard to be able to say you can't smoke it anywhere in the city. But the mayor does have a point. There are certainly places within the city that maybe it's inappropriate to have people smoking. So the mayor mentioned schools, right? So when I'm looking at the Riverside ordinance on page 522 and 523, it lists smoking prohibited public places, and then it lists the type of public places where smoking is prohibited. So, maybe the city council is not ready to do a blanket ban on all public places, right? Maybe the city council could talk about those kind of places that are most important for enforcement efforts, Mayor, but don't necessarily infringe on the culture and rights of maybe certain events that you have in mind, Mayor Pro Tem. That's the point of the conversation.
So if somebody lives on the North Bench and they decide to walk down the street smoking a cigarette, we're gonna ban that? Are we gonna ban them smoking in their front yard or their backyard? I mean, how far are we gonna go with this if we decide to do something? Well, what's the rule now?
Well, I would say if somebody was walking down the middle of the road, the primary concern would be with their
No, the
safety.
side of the road. I mean, just walking on our public streets.
That could be something that the council could talk about if that was something you were concerned about. Again, I'm not advocating for a specific ban of any type. I'm talking to you about what your options are. If this city council said we're going to ban smoking on public sidewalks because, while it's good that you have the freedom to smoke a cigarette, you know, perhaps the freedom of other people to be able to walk on the sidewalks and not inhale that, we balance those two interests and we're gonna go in favor of the other person. That's your right as a city council. But it's the question of where do you want the line to be? Or do you just want to say we're not interested in this at all? All of those are acceptable answers from the council.
I'm against this. I'm not defending the smoker or the non-smoker. I'm defending freedom. I don't think that we should ban cigarettes or cigars. I'm not a smoker, but I do like an occasional cigar every once in a while, and I don't want to have to get arrested or get a ticket if I'm walking down a street. I think we should go after people that are smoking drugs in public places, not tobacco. You know, what type of laws do we have in place right now?
We don't. My thought is, you're talking about social aspects, right?
Right.
I like drinking, but I can't walk down the street with a fifth in my hand because the optics would be bad and I'd probably get recalled. But also, it's against the law. So where do we draw the line also? Because then at that point, I mean, that actually has pretty limited effect.
I mean, I'm
on
not
other
against
people.
tweaking this thing, but to ban it 100%, I'm not for that.
I think it's on public property, not private. Nobody's saying you can't step in your front yard and smoke a cigar or a cigarette.
So if I'm walking down the street,
Maybe, how about like in,
dog,
what about like?
I can't smoke a cigar?
What about in a,
That's not right. I don't think that's right.
what about like in a business district? We're walking in front of people's shops or in that music and arts festival where there's a large congregation of people. I guess to their point, if you're walking down the street in your residential zone and you're not bothering anybody, what's the problem? But when there's a large congregation of people,
Like I said, tweaking it, I'm all in. But I'm just a little nervous where we're going with this. I mean, if you're gonna bust someone walking down the street smoking a cigarette or a cigar, I got a problem with that.
all right, so going back to my other life, we have this ordinance in the city I work now. I don't enforce it on a blanket, well, zero tolerance. If I see somebody smoking, they're going to jail. It's, hey, that guy that's causing the problems is now in violation of our municipal code. I'm going to target the violation that I see now. It gives our deputies tools, so that person that is, he's not really breaking the law, he's walking around in uptown, he's yelling at stuff into the Yucaipa when they're having their thing, but he's also now smoking a cigarette on our public sidewalk. It gives that officer an opportunity to now legally detain and engage.
I totally get that. But it goes both sides. That's a double-edged sword.
All right.
So, but again, what is our rule now?
There are no city regulations other than the prohibition on parks that we talked about earlier. There are many state level laws, so I think I want to say 25 feet from the entrance to a building. I think you're not allowed to smoke within 25 feet to the entrance of a building. I think that's a state law though, but can be enforced, obviously. What you have in front of you, the example ordinance, is about as broad as it can be, right? So prohibited in any public place. That includes a sidewalk, right? That includes the road. If the council wanted to narrow that to say, you know, for example, within 300 feet of schools, right? Or in the downtown business district, or at a special event with X number of people or more, that would certainly be a way to narrow it. But that's up to the council, which way you want to go.
So on Adams Street, right behind the Charter Inland Leaders, there's houses on Adams, and to restrict them smoking in their front yard, you know, because it's within a certain parameter of a school, I mean, I don't think you can do that.
So the language that we have in front of us is any place that's accessible to the general public or private, going to the mayor's point about smoking in the Stater Brothers parking lot, right? You don't have to do that. You could say it has to be public property. So if you're standing in your front yard, light up, right? that would be up to the council to give that kind of direction, if that's the way you wanted to go.
I don't think there's consensus on this item. Why don't we move on to the next one?
Okay. So the next one, maybe this one will be a little bit easier. So this is a discussion about updating the city's, called a camping ordinance. But the ordinance that you actually have an example of, we call it a obstruction of public property ordinance. And that is because, as I said, there have been case after case after case that restricts the ability of cities to enforce what have traditionally been non-controversial laws to prevent public nuisances. In this case, we're talking about the 2018 Ninth Circuit case, Boise v. Martin, which ruled that it's unconstitutional for a city to prohibit camping. In that case, we're talking about sleeping, right, which is a biological necessity that every human being needs to do. They need to sleep in a public place when there is not adequate shelter beds available. So there's a couple of ways to address updating the city's ordinance to come at this issue. One of them is to include language, so you maintain the general structure of an anti-camping ordinance, which is you're prohibited from sleeping, lying down, et cetera, in any public place. And then you add a new caveat that says this section is only enforceable when there are sufficient shelter beds within the jurisdiction to accommodate all the persons who are homeless. That's one way to address the Boise issue. That's a common way to address it. What you have in front of you is another way of addressing it, which is we let go of the sleeping altogether, because fundamentally, we don't care if you're asleep, right? If you're laying across the sidewalk in the city of Yucaipa, that's as much of a public nuisance whether you're awake or asleep, right? If you're blocking the way to a driveway, if you are making it impossible to use a city park for its intended purpose. I'll give you a specific example. We adopted this ordinance in the city of Hemet because there was a park in downtown. It's a wonderful park. It's been there probably 150 years. And the city had invested a significant amount of money to add playground equipment. And when you went there were adults sleeping on the playground equipment. And they had all their personal belongings with them. There's nothing wrong with sleeping in a park during the day. That's a nice thing to do. But the children of the area weren't able to use the park for its intended purpose. They weren't able to use any of the playground equipment. So we came at it from this angle, which essentially looks at it as a time, place, manner restriction on obstruction of public property. Happy to answer any questions you may have about it.
I don't have any on this one.
No?
I just want to make a comment. I think the city of Hemet nailed this one. Did you write this?
Absolutely.
Nailed
well,
it.
okay, hold on. I got people that write things for me, and then I take credit. But I definitely looked over
Well
it
written.
and signed it. So
I think it's a great start. We could tweak it from there. I mean, I think it's a great start.
All right, I think that's consensus. You agree?
Yeah, I do. I mean, today we had a situation in the Uptown where a guy was laying on the street. He had his phone plugged in to the light fixture, charging his phone. He was asleep on the sidewalk. I just think that is horrible. That just,
Yeah.
I mean, that's downtown Los Angeles. And I've been down there lately walking around, and they're defecating everywhere. It's just ridiculous how they're destroying the very society that we live in. And I'd like to see as much teeth in this, but I'd also like to see it actually enforced where we actually have something to do with it. I mean, we can do something about it. I'm not opposed to people needing a place to stay, but if people want to give them a place to stay, invite them home and let them live at their house or let them live in their garage. I mean, there's ways to fix this, but it's like we don't have the stomach for it anymore. It seems like we don't have the stomach to fix this problem. And I'd like to see the problem fixed. I'd like to put as much teeth in as we can so we can enforce it. I mean, I feel bad, but I don't want people laying on our streets when people come to Yucaipa and drive up in the Uptown. I don't want to see 15 people laying on the sidewalks.
right, and so like when we were talking about the solicitation ordinance, this ordinance doesn't stand alone. It's not an island. This ordinance, once you pass it, is not going to cure every ill that ails the city of Yucaipa. But what you will then have is you will have an enforceable ordinance that you can use to address some of those chronic nuisance behaviors that we're seeing. And then you can add additional programs to it on top of it that you can then help address the issue overall from a systemic perspective. Just to go back to Hemet for a second, they didn't just pass this ordinance. They passed this ordinance, and then they used some of their ARPA money to frankly assist the police department with additional behavioral health specialists and social workers that went out and every single day talked to the chronically homeless in the city until they got off the street. And they published a report online. I think they've reduced their homeless population by 50% in 2 years by doing that. So it's not a panacea. I don't want you to think that like everything's solved, but what you will have is an ordinance so that when you want the teeth, Mayor Pro Tem, you have them.
Perfect. I think you got consensus on that one. Okay, 21, discussion and approval of amendments to rules and procedures, and I do have a public comment on this one.
Okay, do you want to take the public comment first, Mayor? And then I can perhaps address the concerns during my presentation.
Certainly. Ms. Diane Smith? Not at all. Take your time, ma'am. 21, yes, ma'am.
It's a little bit past my bedtime,
Me too.
but I stayed because it's really important to me. Diane Smith, District 5. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, the agenda report written by Chris Mann and Stephen Graham states, the League of California Cities recommends adopting Rosenberg's Rules of Order as a comprehensive guide for conducting city council meetings. Adopting Rosenberg's Rules of Order will simplify the rules of procedure and provide a consistent framework for conducting city council meetings. True statement. No problem with that. But with that lead-in, Chris Mann and Stephen Graham would have us believe that their proposed resolution number 2023-07 is recommended by the League of California Cities, but it's not. For example, Rosenberg is very clear on what constitutes a quorum, one more than half of a board's members. But Mann and Graham have added this little statement. Generally, a majority of those present may approve an item of business, for example, by voting 2-1 in favor with 2 members absent. That's not true. Rosenberg says if the body has less than a quorum of members present, it cannot legally transact business. Then they want to, Mann and Graham want to eliminate the language in our current rules that calls for the closed session to occur at the end of the agenda. They say it will save money because the lawyers won't have to be paid while they sit through the meetings waiting for them. I think it will be discouraging to participation by the city's citizens by making us wait while you go into closed session, sit and eat your snacks and discuss items at your leisure, hoping that we'll give up and go away. Mann and Graham have added under 2.2 public comment. A time limit of 3 minutes shall be set for each person desiring to address the city council meeting during the meeting, and speakers will not be permitted to cede time to one another, to another speaker. Note that they said 3 minutes per meeting, not per agenda item. Rosenberg makes no such comment, nor does he address clapping or other behavior. They made it up. Mann and Graham didn't actually lie in the agenda report, but they wrote it in a manner that was deceptive. This resolution is not Rosenberg's.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. City Attorney, item number 21.
Thank you, Mayor. So what we have in front of us are proposed revisions to the former resolution 2021-12. The new resolution number would be 2023-07. It does make several changes to the City Council's rules of order that are summarized in the staff report. One of those is the elimination of a significant amount of language about rules of procedure. So, this motion, this motion, this motion, and instead recommends simply adopting Rosenberg's rules of order. That does not mean that the entire resolution should be considered to be Rosenberg's rules of order. That is one section that's contained within the resolution itself, and then Rosenberg's rules of order are attached to the end. For those of you who aren't necessarily new to the council, we're talking about the rules of parliamentary procedure that the City Council follows. So when you say motions to table, motions to adjourn, what all those mean and what order you take them in. The one that most people are familiar with is Robert's Rules of Order, which is incredibly detailed and complicated, and most people don't understand it, and those that tell you that they do understand it probably don't. The fact is I barely understand it, and I've been working with it probably for about 25 years. And frankly, it wasn't designed for use by a city council. It was used for legislative bodies like Congresses, Senates, things like that. So Rosenberg's Rules of Order is one of the recommendations. That does not mean that every single thing in the resolution comes from Rosenberg's. The other thing that's here is the adoption of rules of procedure for quasi-judicial hearings, something that the City Council did not have detailed policies on. And I think we actually had one public speaker earlier in the evening request the opportunity to do rebuttal during those quasi-judicial hearings, those planning commission items and appeals. So if you actually go to the backup for your item, if you look on page 549, it goes through the process, which is inviting the applicant or the appellant, as the case may be, to come forward to give their presentation, then to invite a respondent if there is one. So when you have an application, there's not going to be a respondent. When you have an appeal, there will be a respondent because there's two parties in those types of hearings. And then inviting members of the public to come up and give their comment. It sounded like the member of the public wanted you to maybe add an additional step in here that would allow people to have a rebuttal similar to the applicant or the appellant. The other major change that is recommended is the order of the agenda. Almost every public agency that I've dealt with does their closed session prior to the open session. That does not mean that members of the public sit here waiting on the City Council to start their business. The agenda clearly states when closed session starts. For example, closed session starts at 5, open session starts at 6. That way members of the public know when they can come and begin to participate. So I think that would address that one, that comment. The last item I had from the member of the public was a question about quorum. I believe the public speaker is simply mistaken or doesn't understand Rosenberg's rules or the rules as they state. The example that's given here, 2 to 1 in favor, that means that there's 3 members present, which is a quorum of 3. The reason why there's a list here of items that you can't, if you only have 3 people present, 3 council members present, there are certain actions that require 3 affirmative votes. Rather than keep them all in my head and your head at every given time, I thought it would be simpler simply to list them all out and give you the statutory references so that you know. One of them came up at the last meeting, which was a general plan amendment. A general plan amendment requires 3 affirmative votes, regardless of the number of council members sitting on the dais. So we had 3 council members, we had 2 vote in favor and 1 opposed. For many actions, that would pass. That would be a successful motion. But because state law, specifically Government Code Section 65356, requires 3 affirmative votes on an item like that, it didn't pass. I thought it'd be helpful simply to list those ones out because I think it's relevant and it's much easier to have a list like this and to work with it. I think I answered all the questions of the speaker. Are there any questions from the council that I can answer?
And we did have a public speaker a few meetings ago request that we move public hearings to the beginning of meetings. Under our current resolution, that would not be feasible. Is that correct? We're bound by a resolution to do those at the end?
The current resolution is incredibly strict with the order of business. Here's what I'll tell you, just my experience, right? You're gonna have closed sessions start at a specific time before the meeting. And the reason for that, like I said, is that you have professionals who are paid by the hour and they're not cheap. I wanted them to get in and get out and get off the clock as soon as possible. Then you have the open session. Usually you'll have the ceremonial matters. You'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. You'll have, if you're handing out Citizen of the Month or you're recognizing a specific group, you do those at the very beginning because usually you have family members here. And frankly, it's people who don't want to watch the rest of the council meeting, right? After that, generally speaking, you either go to public hearings or you do consent and then go to public hearings. And the reason for that is public hearings generally garner the most interest. They are the things that most people care about. But I think that the goal is people come to city council meetings because there's something on the agenda they care about, right? And I think the goal is to allow those individuals to get to that item, speak their mind, see what the decision is, and then go home to their families.
Yeah, I think we had that example a few meetings ago where we had a public hearing that was very contentious, but it was the last agenda item and it was around this time or later before we were able to hear it, and people were frustrated because there were people who left, they weren't able to participate because it just got too late. So I do have another public speaker slip on this matter, Dr. Hanson Wong.
So for clarity or simplicity, if you say you're going to use somebody's rule of orders, whether it's Roberts or Rosenberg's or something, then people are going to take that literally. So unless you're going to follow it exactly as it's written, you probably just should say, these are the rules we're going to do, but that's up to you. But it just seems like if you say we're going to follow Rosenberg's rules of order, then they're going to read down the book and say, okay, you're going to do all of these, unless you're going to have exceptions to the book, and then you make it even more complex. So try and keep it as simple as possible.
Understood. Thank you, sir. George Sardison.
George Sardison, 12451 Custer Street. Well, I thought I'd be able to get through a meeting without having to speak to you all tonight. But this agenda item number 21 just seems like the new staff over here, meaning the city manager and the city attorney, are like H-bent on just changing everything all at once. You know, change is hard for most people. And most of us been coming to these council meetings since the city was incorporated. And it seems like things were working pretty well for us. And it seems like now that so many people feel the need to speak out at every one of your meetings, you're contemplating changing the rules on us, modifying how we can speak, how we can address you. All the little details in here that most people aren't aware of, seeing the staff report. And it just seems to me and a lot of people that a lot of this stuff is being driven because you've had so much public comment and input. And that's what we're here for. That's what you should be able to accept. And not thinking the first meeting of the city manager, we've got something like this on the agenda. I mean, has this been planned all along? It seems like, why all these changes? You know, no camping, no smoking, no soliciting. That should have deserved a study session all on its own, those items like that, because you have so many questions. It just seems like this item is really going against the public's ability to participate in our own city business.
Can you fill out a speaker's list real quick and I'll finish? Sure. Sure. Christine Muller.
You know, I've been involved in city here for over 20 years, and we have our protocol and our way of doing business. And, you know, there has been some crazy closed sessions that we're not cool with. And I believe that, Mr. Graham, when you gave our ethics training, that was one of the most contentious things that people were not cool about. is that you guys are able to call closed session on items that we can speak on, but you guys go in there and then you don't, aren't held accountable. You don't tell us what was going on. You don't tell us how the vote was. And we deal with things like this in other committees and other meetings. So when I'm the chairperson of the Trails and Open Space Committee, you know what we usually do to accommodate people? If somebody wants to speak from the public, we put it right up there in front so they can speak and then they can go home if they want to go home, right? What you guys are doing by putting it on at 5 o'clock means people work, okay? How do you think they get here by 5 o'clock so they can address what you guys got going on behind closed doors? So how it usually was is they would do it after the city meeting. And I think if we're paying consultants to come here a lot of money, then they can wait on us. Because what you're trying to do is stack the deck so that we'll get tired and go home, okay? Look what time it is right now. I haven't even eaten dinner. My family's at home. Your families are at home. They should have put this at anything at the end is a special session at the end. Accommodate your public, not them, and not the people that we pay for. It just works like that. It's worked like that all the time. And if you look at what they're trying to do, it's trying to muzzle us. Okay, we're not being muzzled. You think we're going to be okay with that? Heat's coming because you're trying to muzzle us. That's not the way to do business. Not the way. That's not the Yucaipa way. You're sitting here listening to all of us, and they're trying to muzzle us. It doesn't work like that, okay? We're all the same community. It's all about fellowship. It's not us and them. We're supposed to work together here. Don't try to stifle us. It's not going to happen.
Mayor?
So, sir.
I deliberately did not do any substantial revisions to the portions of the rules that relate to public comment. The rules that this. Absolutely, thank you. I deliberately did not make substantial amendments to the rules governing public comments, mostly because I assumed people would feel the way that was just expressed. I think the rules you have now are workable. And frankly, the mayor's enforcement of the rules, you've been enforcing rules that have been on the books for 2 years. So I don't think there was any intent to stifle members of the public. I think it is to ensure an orderly, thoughtful meeting. To the last public speaker's point, she's right. During our public ethics training, there was a lot of questions about closed session, and we went through all the slides on them. And one of the things the last speaker said really stuck out to me, which was that people are interested in closed session. They're interested in what happens in closed session. Well, if somebody wants to find out what happened in closed session, tonight we have a closed session. If they want to find out what happens in closed session, they're going to probably have to wait till 11:30 at night. Otherwise, if you were to change the order of the agenda to what almost every other public agency in California does, which is hold the closed session first, one of the first things on the agenda is going to be a report out of closed session before general public comment is even made. Now, people can make public comment on closed session before you go in, but that gives the public the opportunity to find out immediately what the reportable action was. So I think that I understand that there's some concern about change, and I'll take that to heart. But I would also just recommend, maybe consider that some of these changes may be to address the comments that the public has been making for the last 2 months.
So I've worked 29 Palms as a deputy, Loma Linda, I've worked Yucaipa, now City of Azusa. Every one of those does closed session at the beginning. Why do we have to be so unique here that we do things so differently? So, hold on, I'm making, Christine, let me finish. So, you can, there is a method, and we can, this is a study session. This is not the law, we haven't acted on this, but certainly I hear you. And so we'll work with city staff and let's find a resolution, or a resolution that works. Paying a lawyer $400 an hour, you're right, he should wait for us. Why are we paying him that much money? That's ridiculous. He's going to charge us. We're going to pay the bill. That doesn't make sense. That's bad. That's a bad decision. I wouldn't do that in my private life. Let's put the high price item in the beginning so we can get rid of the guy who's going to charge us. Just because we've always done it that way, that's a horrible phrase. This is the way we've always done it. Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean it was right. There's an admiral in the Navy who said that's the most dangerous phrase that can ever be spoken on a ship because it closes you off to the idea that something can be done better. Now, I hear what you're saying. You're concerned about that. And if we have a closed session agenda item, if we say look at labor negotiations happen in closed session. So if the guys who fill our potholes want a raise, we're going to discuss that in closed session. If you think they don't deserve it, I want you to be able to stand up here and say they don't deserve it, or say they deserve it. They did a great job. I want you guys to approve it. Listen to your community. We support it. So we need to figure out a way that we can move this resolution forward while giving you the opportunity to speak to us before closed session. Also, I'm not trying to muzzle you. We're the decision makers. They do what we tell them to. Or we find somebody who will. That's the way this works. Talk to us. Don't talk to them. That's why their backs are to you. We look at you because we face you. They face us. That's the way our government works. They have to listen to us. They don't have a choice. It's by law. So talk to me. I'm not trying to muzzle you. I've begged the CRB to come and talk to us. I want to be held accountable. I hate when government runs out of control. Makes me sick. Happens all the time in Sacramento. Happens all the time in DC. I want Yucaipa to be held accountable. Yucaipa elected officials to be held accountable. I don't shy away from scrutiny. Let's go. Here we are. So
let me ask you a question. So what's the purpose of closed session?
So the purpose of closed session is to hold discussions with the city council where holding them in public would damage the public agency. So to give an example of that I gave during the ethics training, when you are doing settlement negotiations on a lawsuit, if we were to do it in public, the plaintiff's attorney could sit right behind me, hear our entire analysis of the case, hear what I think you should offer in settlement, and then hear what authority you give back to me. There would be zero incentive for them to accept anything less. We basically put all of our cards on the table. That harms the public agency because it harms our negotiation position. Same thing with land acquisition. That's one of the other items that's on for closed session, right? When you're negotiating for the purchase of land, as you know, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, if the other side knows how much you're willing to spend to acquire the land, they're not going to accept anything less. So in order to get the best deal for the taxpayer, in order to protect the city, some of these conversations have to be held confidentially. And they're confidential under the law. It's a misdemeanor to disclose the confidential discussions that occur in closed session. And I understand that there's a lot of public interest in those things. That's why we went over them at length during that training that I held. And we went through every single closed session type that a city regularly uses, and I explained what the reasoning was for each one under state law.
And so my understanding has always been that we're not even allowed to discuss with you what goes on in there. And if we do, that's a violation of the law, right?
It's a misdemeanor.
We're not supposed to discuss with the public what goes in closed session, and having a closed session is legal, right?
Absolutely.
And so basically, a lot of things went on in that room there about the whole Ray Casey situation that we're not allowed by law to discuss.
So we're going to get back to the discussion at hand, which is this resolution, not past practices. So as it relates to closed session being at the beginning of the meeting, we're still starting at 6 o'clock, or we still announce when the public will be here to start our meeting.
The intent is to still have the open session beginning at 6 o'clock. So for most members of the public, it's not going to change their experience at all.
I would like to see some wording in there that whether we're finished with our closed session or not, we're going to start it at 5 o'clock. But if we don't finish by 6, we're here on the dais where we're going open session at 6, so we're not inconveniencing the public.
Sure. So that is up to you as the mayor. You're the presiding officer. And I can tell you that sentiment that you just shared is the sentiment of every mayor that I've ever worked with, which is we're getting this done by 6. We're going out there at 6. If we need to continue the conversation, we can continue it at the end. But it's one of the reasons why when we're looking at closed sessions, the city manager and I will structure what items we're bringing to make sure that we can get them done in the time allotted.
Okay. I would like to see when this will come before us at some point with an actual draft of the resolution.
So there is a draft resolution included in the packet beginning on page 529. The city council is free to approve it. That's how it was agendized. However, if you'd like to make amendments from the dais, you could do that. If you'd like to direct amendments be made, and I can bring back a draft in the future, that's something we can do as well.
So I missed the part, and I'm looking through, but I don't know if we're there. I know that we can have closed session, or we can have public comment submitted prior to the meeting by those who see the closed session agenda item via email or whatever the case may be. So there is a method in place for the community to address a matter on closed session.
Well, there will be, before we go into closed session, there will be a public comment period for anyone who wants to come. Of course, they can also submit them in writing. For closed session, I recommend that because it can simply be handed out to the city council and doesn't delay the closed session.
Keeping in mind, we've seen that, right? So then public comment lasts for so long that we don't get to do closed session. And then we're back to doing it at the end, we're waiting long. So, okay, so Ms. Mueller, did that address your concern? You're gonna be able to talk before we go into closed session. So.
It's not on the mic.
So nobody can hear you speaking? No, it's okay.
Was when Mr. Mann gave us our ethics training, we asked him because we were told that we can request who called the special session, and there's also minutes that were taken for the special session. And I believe his quote was, "You can ask me for them, but I don't have to give them to you." So that, in lieu of transparency, isn't really going to bode well for us.
Can't violate
right?
state law.
Well, state law is one thing, but
Well-
it's not everything you guys talk about in closed session deals with law. So who's the one that determines whether it's a closed session or not? Kelly had a big problem with this.
Okay,
And you know, it wasn't just me, it was a lot of people in that ethics training.
all right, so. I'd rather, okay, go ahead, George. Yep.
Most of the closed sessions that I've always seen on an agenda are like tonight. You know, liability claim, land acquisition, right-of-way, all these kind of things. Most of those things are done between private parties and the city itself. And so most people, including myself, we normally don't wait around at the end of the meetings for those things. Probably when you come out, there's no one out here when you do those kind of closed sessions. I think just because of what's been going on since January 9th, that this has become an issue. And I would hope going forward that things can calm down to a certain degree that you don't even have to be concerned about that. But it seems like it's kind of a knee-jerk reaction to what people like myself and many others that have been coming to every council meeting have been expressing views. And most, like I said, most of the closed sessions, and you all know that, are due to legal issues that most of us wouldn't have any comment on. We'd have no reason to be part of the public comment if that's allowed. And I don't want to say we don't care, but it's really none of our business in a way, especially the one tonight. So I think that it's probably getting the cart before the horse on something here to try to change the way the meetings run. If the city manager can say they can do all those things between 5 and 6, that's one thing. But we know the closed sessions that a lot of us have been sitting through for the last couple of months have been, you know, hours on end. And
So I would like to see the presiding officer, fine, but one day it will not be me. And I'd like to see some kind of wording in the resolution that will require that is a 60-minute closed session from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. with the open session starting promptly at 6 p.m. whether or not closed session business was finished. That way we're not having that issue. I'm going back to it. There's been several times where we've had attorneys, even on land acquisition, on personnel matters, that we would be paying them $400, $500 an hour for the last several hours to sit in the parking lot and eat a ham sandwich while we wait to go into closed session. And it'd be better if we can just get them on and get them out so that we're not footing the bill for that, in my opinion. While still allowing it. Now, I will say this, while seating time is one thing, we've also allowed people to say, that person couldn't make it, I can, and I'm gonna read what they have to say. So I think let's not look for all the darkness. There's light here. There is transparency. We want to hear what you have to say, and we will allow opportunities for people to speak. We want to hear what you have to say. If Christine Muller's caught in traffic on the way back on the 91 and she can't make it, I'm confident you have people here that you can lean on to relay your sentiments for you. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Thorpe.
sorry, real quick, related to this, I think if we're worried about transparency and we make a change to have this closed session at the beginning, then we need to make sure we not only put it out on our website, but it also be something the public information officer gets out and like blast it out everywhere so everyone knows they can't come back later and say that they didn't know it's changed, and that we also need to have a way that for them to make their comment, not just an email, but they can come in and make a physical in-person comment so that they know they can voice that so they feel like they're being heard. And the other thing real quick, just before you move on, this was kind of brought up and I'm don't know if you've realized it, but if we go to this Rosenberg Rule of Order, they mentioned that it's going to free up some of the very specific language that's in our current rules. And one of those is, addresses the mayor's appointment, how long he's in office before he can run again. So if you have one term, you have to come off of as being mayor before you can do it again. So every year in between before nominated again. That's something we ought to look at too and see, because I personally think that it is a good thing to have it rotate out every 12 months as somebody different, so we have somebody different up there, and it's not always the same person just going indefinitely. That's me personally. I don't know if the rest of you even thought of that, or if you have any thoughts on that.
So my thought on it is I look at a man like Bill Davis at our sister city. There's a lot, I mean, I don't know, I don't want to speak on behalf of the entire Calumet City Council, but he seems to be altogether supported, and he's a good figurehead for the city. He represents them well. He's well-rounded. So I think certainly this council's, we're the ones who vote who our mayor is. It's not, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say, come up on public comment even to offer an opinion as to who should be our presiding officer. Ultimately, this council's gonna have to decide who we're gonna give the majority of votes to on the mayor, and if Mayor Thorpe has done such a bang-up job of being the figurehead for the city, and he's still moving forward, I don't see why this council should have to be forced to say, nope, you can't do it anymore. You can't. I think if you're doing the job well, and it's not like we have a strong mayor system where you're out here vetoing things and you're 1/5 vote, just like I'm 1/5 vote, everybody else up here. It's a presiding officer, but it is a figurehead for you to work with city admin to, work on getting Congressman Obernolte or Senator Ochoa Bogue's office to work with us, right? So if you're doing that job and you're working through obstacles in order to get state and federal participation, I don't want to be, we're forced to have now a new mayor that you have to rebuild rapport with and you have to build on. So again, I don't care. In 9 months, I'm coming out of this center seat, and I won't be back here. But somebody down the way may do a very well job, and I don't think we should have our hands forced to say, well, you have to. But that's just my position on that.
So I think we should just leave it the way it is now, because before, typically, if we have a closed session at 5 and we have public speakers, they could burn 35 minutes up in no time at all, and you're never going to get to the closed session item. And I just think that's not going to work at all. So having the closed session at the end, leave it just the way that it is, even though someone from the public did say, move the public hearing to the front. You can't have everything. Just leave it the way it is. Closed sessions at the end, and the easy stuff's at the first, hard stuff's at the back, then closed session. That's my vote.
Mayor, if I could respond to a couple things. One, under section 1.1, it does address the start time of open session. I just wanted to draw your attention to that. Okay. It does say with open session beginning at 6 p.m. So we do have language in the resolution already that makes it clear that that's when open session starts. To the Mayor Pro Tem's point, I agree with the public speaker. I think 99% of closed sessions, most members of the public don't care. They don't care about the claim. They don't care about a land negotiation that you have. I think that you have had a couple of controversial closed sessions that hopefully is not the norm for this city going forward. So I would say I would not recommend having the rule based on the exception. I would recommend having the rule based on how we are going to typically interact with closed session. And typically, it's going to be matters of routine legal and real estate business that are simply more efficient to get done at a time certain. Like the mayor said, when we have outside counsel coming in, I would have to tell them the meeting starts at 6. You need to be prepared to come into closed session or get on the phone at any time after that. To use, sort of firefighter parlance, they're on call. They're sitting there listening to this meeting. At this point, they will have been sitting here for 5 hours. It would have cost the city well over $1,000 just to have them listen and be ready to come in. My goal is to be efficient with the taxpayer resources, especially on the legal side, which is generally within my control. I think that doing this will be the best solution most of the time. And when you have that one closed session that is controversial, I think you're right. I think you're gonna end up getting a lot of public comment, and you may have to reschedule it to the end of the meeting.
To the end, and then we're back to where we're at now anyways.
Right.
All right. Any other questions of staff? No. This is also not a vote. This is council direction. I don't agree with our Mayor Pro Tem's.
You do have so this one was agendized for discussion and approval of the amendments to rules of procedure, if the council wants to. Obviously, you've had some discussion.
Sure.
If you want to give us direction, tell us to go amend it, bring it back, that's certainly fine. You don't have to pass it. You can just stick with the rules you have now. But if you wanted to, you could entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
Yeah, I heard the speakers. They don't want to be here at 11 o'clock at night on a public comment or a public hearing regarding general plan amendments. They want to get in, let themselves be heard on a public hearing. Our resolution binds all of that. It's not just closed session. It's all of it. It's very rigid the way it was written. So in order to amend it, we have to get a new resolution. I actually think this resolution's fine. It allows us to be frugal in getting experts in and out. It does allow for public comment beforehand. And honestly, I don't have a problem if we get here at 5 to go into closed session, but we have 58 speaker slips. We know right then and there we're not going into closed session right now. And we can, if I get there and I have this many speaker slips, we'll just won't go into closed session. We're gonna go, we're gonna start at 6 o'clock and we're gonna do a closed session at the end because we're right where we started off with. But it gives us the opportunity to triage our closed session agenda items, like the ones that Mr. Sorensen said is, I don't care how much the settlement is that the JPA recommends for the person who stubbed their toe on a lifted sidewalk in Chapman Heights. Most people they trust us to make the decisions that are best for them. They don't need to sit through 11 hours of that, and they're not going to. I read through the resolution. I think it's just fine the way it is. I will make a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
I think transparency is the biggest thing, is you get it out there, let the public see.
No, yeah, absolutely. We need to, if this passes, we need to make sure that this is on the front of our websites, we can get one of those all hear ye guys to walk up and down the boulevard. But I don't want them to think this is being done at 11 o'clock at night at the 0 hour under the cover of darkness. I think it is the best thing to be, I think it is good for us. Not trying to make it. Gloria, blast it on the Yucaipa bulletin for us, please. Okay, let's let everybody know that this is what's going on, if should this pass. Sorry.
You made a motion?
I made a motion.
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion?
I just would like to see that.
No, those were just consensus. They're going to come back with resolutions.
So, Mayor, this is a vote to approve the resolution as it is.
That was my motion.
Okay.
Okay, so do I need to read the resolution title?
If you'd like, otherwise staff can.
I motion to approve resolution number 2023-07, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Yucaipa, California, rescinding resolution number 2021-12 and adopting rules and procedures for council meetings and related functions and activities. That was my motion.
So you asked about discussion. Do I do that now or wait?
You can have it today.
I go back to what I talked about with the Mayor Pro Tem, our mayor position when we vote for that. By accepting this resolution, does that mean then that term is eliminated? And
I think it's still, we vote on a yearly basis, but it just doesn't lock us into having to, by law, you cannot. And we can even up it, I guess, to
I'd like to see it stay the way it is, but that's me. I don't know if there's any other support, but I mean, you've got a motion and a second as it is, so.
Does anybody else have a problem with the mayor term?
Nope.
We do have a first and a second. Is there any further discussion on the matter? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Moving on to item number 22, Sunshine Ordinance. This is going to be a consensus, or is this going to be voted as well?
This is another study session.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, we have heard loud and clear from members of the public and also from members of the city council that transparency is incredibly important to this city. And so what this item contemplates is what's commonly referred to as a sunshine ordinance. A sunshine ordinance goes above and beyond the minimum requirements under the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act. It is local law that requires local agencies to disclose certain types of information proactively. So some examples that could be included in a sunshine ordinance are the following. Requiring that all labor MOUs and employment contracts be posted online for public viewing. Requiring that salary and benefits for management, supervisor, and confidential employees are clearly
1 second,
posted
sir.
on-
Can we in the booth turn up his mic a little bit? He's got,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Requiring that all salary and benefits for management, supervisory, and confidential employees are clearly posted online for public viewing. Requiring that all city council-approved contracts be posted online for public viewing. Requiring that city council meetings be broadcast in video and posted online for public viewing. We're getting a little feedback there, too much. Thank you. Requiring planning documents on proposed projects to be posted online for public viewing not less than 10 days prior to a public hearing. Requiring that state mandated ethics trainings be conducted as prescribed by law and be open to the public. Requiring that committees consisting of one or more members of the city council meeting for the purpose of discussing potential changes to the general plan and/or zoning be subject to the Brown Act. Requiring the city manager to develop, maintain, and execute a communications plan with the goal of increasing stakeholder engagement and community understanding of city services, initiatives, and resources. And there are other things that could be contemplated and included as well, all with the goal of increasing transparency. And with that, I will hand it off to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I think a lot of these are primarily related to issues that we've seen come up in the community over the last 2 months. I can tell you from the legal perspective, the one that I'm most interested in is requiring the project documents for proposed planning actions be online during the entire public notice period. So the city sends out public notice that it's going to be holding a public hearing at the Planning Commission or at the City Council level. It gives a high-level summary of what's going on, and you will see those notices sparking significant online conversations among the community. And there's a lot of speculation. As the mayor said, when people don't have the details, they tend to fill in the details themselves with what they believe to be true. I think that having access to those documents, which are here at City Hall, right? Having access to those documents in a very easy to locate manner, I think will increase that level of transparency. I think people will understand what projects are coming forward. And look, I think you're going to have differences of opinion on projects. People are going to be in favor, people are going to be opposed. I think one of the primary goals of a lot of these is at least understanding that people have differences of opinion, but trying to get everyone at least having the same set of facts that they're talking about. You know, people have a lot of, conversation about, oh, so-and-so's getting paid this, or this is in the city manager's contract. Or, they had a committee meeting that included a member of the council. They talked about a general plan amendment. We have cameras in the room, but they don't work. So, and there's reasons for it. They're brand new, I'm being informed. There's reasons for a lot of these things the way they are. But again, I think that I think it'll make staff's job easier. Frankly, I think it'll make your job easier when you're interacting with the community. Someone wants to talk to you about a project, you can let them know. All the information about that project's available on the city's website. Instead of, having to go down to City Hall and ask for a copy. So Anyway, you can add additional items if you think they're important, but mostly here, we're looking for feedback. Do you like this list of items? Are there other things that you're hearing that need additional addressing in a city ordinance, or do you not want to go in this direction at all?
Thank you, sir. Questions of staff? No?
I think it's great. I support this, and then you can tweak it later.
So when do you anticipate you'll be able to bring a document back for approval to actually sign it into law?
So our office will work with the city manager and staff on each of the ordinances that the city council has directed. We want to make sure that we are getting it right. So I think you'll anticipate one ordinance coming forward at each of the meetings, and perhaps the city manager can talk with you, Mayor, talk about relative priority. But that would be my expectation. I think that, we obviously had some public comment today. I anticipate you will have public comment at those meetings as well when they have an actual draft ordinance to look at.
So in the interim, while we wait for that, for those of you who are in the audience and listening, we have some time before we're going to be seeing this. If you heard something that you think should be on there that is not, lean on us, let us know what it is so that we can address it. We do want to open up the shades and let in the light, so let us know. Let us work through it. I have something to read, but we're going to move on to announcements.
You have a public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Smith, I apologize.
Diane Smith, District 5. Either at the last meeting or the meeting before that, Councilman Venable said, when they was talking about the Finance Committee, and he said, well, I didn't see any of you there. Well, we weren't there because we didn't know the Finance Committee was meeting. So I would like to add to that list that you put the committees that the councilmen are on the website, so we can know when they are, so that we can show up. We didn't miss it because we didn't care. We missed it because we didn't know.
Yeah, let's amend that. Make sure let's get the information out there. Okay, are there any announcements from the council?
Rodeo, March 31st, April 1st, coming soon.
Indeed.
The
Okay.
bunny hop is coming.
Say again?
The bunny hop, am I right?
I didn't hear what he said. 7:30 in the morning. Oh, yeah, bunny hop. Perfect. Yeah. Before I read this, Mr. City Attorney, can you announce closed session?
Yes, Mayor, we do have one item under closed session. It is a claim of Anita Carso. I don't anticipate there being any reportable action, but if there is, I will come out and I will announce it to whoever's out here waiting on bated breath to hear it.
Thank you. So it's my honor to read this certificate of recognition presented in the memory of Teresa Adeline Law, who I didn't know until last year was a very good friend of my great-grandmother's, who I miss dearly, and I got to sit with Miss Law at the Women's Club and talk about my great-grandma, about things I never heard about, so it was fun. So it is truly an honor to read this. So Teresa Adeline Law, Oak Glen's matriarch, was a pioneer in the city of Yucaipa and surrounding communities. She started Yucaipa Family Assistance and was a member of many organizations and clubs, which included the Daughters of the American Revolution, Yucaipa Women's Club, Citrus Belt Quilters, and the Beatrice Potter Society. Teresa, along with her husband Alex Law Jr., grew apples and ran several businesses in Oak Glen that were very popular with residents and visitors alike. She tended to her shop well into her triple-digit years. On behalf of the City Council, staff, and the community of Yucaipa, we hereby extend our deepest sympathy to you in the passing of Teresa Adeline Law and honor the long and fruitful life of such a magnificent centenarian. And it is my honor It is my honor to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Teresa Adeline Law.